Inter-American Bank of Development, and the staff, the IDB, and the Caribbean, the European Union. We are quite honored to be able to give you the most cordial welcome into this conversation space between two regions, of course, here in this beautiful city of Santa Marta in Colombia. This meeting gathers around 300 entrepreneur leaders, authorities, politicians, and are liable for the development financial institutions with the purpose to advance in the concrete fronts and the matters of energy, digitization, infrastructure, health, and critical private matters to consolidate partnerships, long-term partnerships with companies that can push this or drive this. This forum is not only a business display, it is a strategic platform to understand that the key is in the joint effort, innovation, and the political commitment at the regional level. So we understand and we formally declare this day. And so welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to this forum.
Quiero invitar al escenario para una foto.
To open we're going to take a picture to the Ministry of Commerce of the Republic of Colombia, who is accompanying us. Ms. Minister, welcome. We're going to have an official picture before our words, and we also have Teresa Rivera, Executive Vice President for Clean Transition Competitive of the European Commission. I would like to invite you to the stage, and Sergio Díaz-Granados, Executive President of CAF, the Development Bank of the Latin American Caribbean, Nadia Calviño as well, President of European Investment Bank, and Ana Maria Ibanez, Vice President of the Sectors and Knowledge of IDB Bank. So we're going to carry our official picture, making use of the time that everybody's here, and then we're going to have the welcoming words. We would like to welcome you and give them a round of applause.
Pensamos un poco la foto de los líderes que realmente así con las manos.
Muchas gracias. Gracias a
Thank you very much to all, ladies and gentlemen. Ms. Minister, if you wish, stay up here. I would like to invite you to stay here in the stage, Ms. Minister, because her is the one we're going to be beginning with. Before, I would like to invite you all with your mobile devices. It's important for you to have them, and it's important for you to have your translation. We are streaming, and without any further ado, I would like to welcome Diana Marcela Morales Rojas, Minister of Commerce, Tourism, and Industry of the Republic of Colombia, who is going to be doing the opening of this forum. Ms. Minister, welcome.
Muy buenos días.
Welcome to all. It is an honor for me to give you the welcoming to this forum. I would like to direct myself with appreciation to Ms. Teresa Rivera, Executive Vice President of the European Commission, Ms. Natalia Calviño, Chair of the European Investment Bank, Ana Maria Ibanez, VP of Sectors Knowledge of IDB Bank, and Mr. Sergio Díaz-Granados, Executive President of the CAF, of the Latin American and Caribbean Development Bank. And it's an honor to have you here, Dr. Sergio Díaz-Granados, in your territory. And of course, all of you, distinguished panelists, entrepreneur leaders, international organization reps, academia, members of the diplomatic body, and dear friends. Please receive a cordial greetings on behalf of the government and the Republic of Colombia, the government of the change led by President Gustavo Petro. I would like to give you my most sincere welcome to this valuable Colombian Caribbean territory, the oldest city in Americas. It is the beginning of the story, nature and millenary culture, ancestral culture, that today, well, it is serving us as the bridge for the bi-regional meeting among Latin America, the Caribbean, and the European Union. Welcome to all to the heart of the world. I would like to make a call and to see this industrial meeting, the Latin American and Caribbean European Union entrepreneurs meeting that's being carried out on the fourth select European Union summit, and that reaffirms our conviction of building a trade view, a fair one together, and how to face the electrical transition without sacrificing the sovereignty of the people and the employment, and how to have the popular economy in this new model. It is undiscussable that the world is going through a decisive situation, the weather or the climate situation, the geopolitical tensions, the technological transformation, and all the challenges of the energetic transition demands new ways of cooperation more than ever, more horizontal ones, more inclusive ones, and especially more human. The forum that today we're breaking in with this crucial context represents the huge opportunity to reinforce the strategical partnerships among our regions. And this partnership will transcend towards trades and investment, driving social justice, environmental one, and climate one, equality, innovation, and a transition towards a digital equal model, and a deep transformation in this agenda that approaches in energetic transition, safety for nurturing, and sustainable transportation and digital transformation. The key is to add great value to our transformation of productive industrial processes, articulating them with these scopes, world scopes, and this transformation, our private sector is fundamental, with the highlight of people from both continents, who today are assuming a central role through the responsible investment, technological innovation. You are the essential partners to mobilize these resources to generate dignified employment and to have bridges with the small, companies and the popular economy. This is the reason why this is not only a dialogue space, but also an action platform and one of engagement, where the insights must be translated to concrete projects, binded with fair trade, with clean energy and democracy, peace, and those value chains that are being shared. This forum should be the constant of that between wars, with the climate crisis and the lack of global trust. We still have some territories that are able to produce agreements or accords that are fair in trade. Europe and Latin America and the Caribbean share essential values: democracy, human dignity, and sustainability, and the seekness for a more human and equality world. But today we have this in summons to take one more step to build an economy for life together, an economy of knowledge and of building of peace that prioritize people, communities, and the planet. From Colombia, we're manifesting our unbreakable determination to consolidate ourselves as a trustworthy and innovative and committed with sustainability. We are inspiring to actively foster clean energy projects, energy interconnection, sustainable agriculture, and digital transformation. The Colombian Caribbean, where we are meeting today, it is a vibrant symbol of diversity and resistance. That this landscape where we have the majesty of the Sierra Nevada, the hugeness of the sea, and the wealth of the ecosystems inspire us to build bridges amongst our differences, to transform our rich natural richness in shared value, to show that the economical development can be harmonic with nature and with its people. I am calling all the entrepreneurs, the public leaders, the academics, and the civil society reps for us to make this forum inflection point in the regional relationships, a platform for concrete actions and transforming investments. For Santa Marta to be reminded not only as the setting of our meeting, but also as the place where we affirm our firm willingness to build a durable relationship, maintain equality, innovation, and knowledge, social justice, and climate justice. On behalf of the Government of Change, I declare this entrepreneur forum inaugurated for the Caribbean, Latin America, and the European Union with our conviction that the results of these workdays will mark a new chapter in the building of these understanding bridges that would allow us to build the equality in our villages. And I wish a fructiferous day of dialogue, understanding, and of shared hope. Thank you very much.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you, Ms. Minister. You're very kind. Thank you for your words and for officially opening this forum. I would like to welcome Teresa Rivera. She's the Executive VP for a clean transition, fair one, and competitive one for the European Commission that's also going to accompany us here in the stage. Let's give her a round of applause, please.
Muy buenos días a todos.
Good morning to all. It is a pleasure to be here in this Colombian territory in Caribbean lands in a hall that is full of people with many known faces, familiar ones, friendly ones, and other faces that I do not know yet, but I like very friendly. In a moment in which we are emphasizing as the lemma of this meeting, the European Union, Latin American, and the Caribbean, two regions, share future and truths. Thank you very much to all those who have made part of this organization, of this meeting, of this entrepreneur meeting. Thank you very much to all those with your daily activities are seeking to generate progress in these relationships among Latin America, the Caribbean, and the European Union in each one of the territories that are making it up. 2 years ago, we were from our commitment with the conviction that we should be partners in investment and trade. Today, despite all the difficulties, all the turbulence, and all the uncertainties that surround us in this convulsion world where we live in, our relationship is stronger now. Europe is the third trade partner. There's the largest with around $410 billion dollars in services and products in the region, with the highest or largest investor in Latin America and the Caribbean. And European companies have invested a total of 800 million euros in this region during this time. I'm very proud of participating in this business forum because the entrepreneurial fabric plays a huge role in this. It plays a fundamental role in the development and the creation of wealth and progress of our societies. Companies share knowledge, technology, are able to create wealth and quality employment, developing the capabilities of our people, also forecasting, identifying what we will need in the future. We would like to be on our side, and we will also like to be on our side not only on any way, but we're betting on recreating wealth with quality in a respectful way with people and territories, with the local communities, beyond the short-term strategies. We know that the right combination, the certain analysis of those conditions, capabilities, of the potentials, of the concerns, environmental consideration and social ones as well, are fundamental to have success, have success nowadays, but also to continue having success year after year without destroying the capital that allows us to generate wealth, betting on its growth, thinking especially on those people who are with no doubt the best capital, but not the only one, considering all the elements that allow us to work and to strengthen this progress willingness. We have worked together, and on both sides of the Atlantic, we have identified programs, projects, investments, solutions, goods and services that are innovative and groundbreaking that help our economy and our societies. Today, I am going to give you two concrete examples, two recent ones. A digital tool for the physical therapy that has been designed in Brazil that is changing treatments for those Portuguese patients. Today, European companies that are binding these remote communities in the Amazons are two examples of a live exchange for two first one among our two regions. And evidently, they are not the only one. Now, these years we're saying I have said that this year we have assisted with great concern to a world that has been polarized, where our short-term, where aggressivity, and the extractivism and the lack of rules seem to be objectives, and this is great mistake because we would like to have advance, but an advance that can last, an advance that can continue investing for our countries, societies, our economies, our companies, our talents. There has been examples that are tremendously painful. There has been disruption in these value chains. We have assisted on how they're to be used and the dependencies that a globalized economy are held as war tools. We have been seeing how we have been building these hurdles and difficulties that are unfair through this understandable tariffs in some sectors. We have assisted to the sale of goods and services that are under their cost with the purpose of gathering markets but generating damage to innovation, especially to those SMEs, to the small producers. I would say attacks to the functionality of a market that instead of being clean and transparent and betting on quality, betting on the wealth and the creation and supporting and for those who have the best to offer to our societies, are things that put this productive fabric in our countries in danger. We cannot assist to this chain that's going towards the floor, towards the bottom. We must think on how we must create these conditions to be able to continue advancing and improving the quality of those that we have offered. And we must be assured that those who are doing things right, that are betting on respect, innovation, deserve protection, the understanding, and the applause of all. Now, under this context, Europe is quite clear. We, the European Union, we have chosen to cooperate and not to isolate, and we know that the European companies are participating of these insights. They make part of what we have called the European Union. We are going to continue investing in those threads that are strengthening our industries, economies, our workers, our communities. We're going to think on how to use the development banks, the financial tools to facilitate this progress among all. We would like to finalize this trade agreement with Mercosur and the European Union before we end this year. We would like to update our commercial agreement with Mexico before, well, at the beginning of 26 by late. If we sum up these agreements that we are operating under, well, practically the whole region of Latin America and the Caribbean will count with our open doors, with a free trade with the European Union, this great market that demands quality and that offers 450 million citizens that are willing to enjoy what you can offer. These are accords that would take our entrepreneurial communities to continue cooperating and to do it more than ever. These are accords that will guarantee and strengthen in a beneficial way for these chain values in the industrial side, those critical materials, those rare lands that are being managed with cautious with the standards, environmental and social standards, guaranteeing that beyond the immediate creation, there will be a day after tomorrow, another day that we will continue to have these people available and offering them this transformation process, constituting industrial chain that is growing in importance, where they're located and benefiting those local communities, but especially respecting the environmental social standards that will impede irreversible damages. Now, these two regions are more competitive and sustainable in the world setting. We will be able and we should go beyond. This is the reason why we would like to strengthen the investment agenda that's being represented by Global Gateway, by our open doors to the world, which have already mobilized 31 billion euros in the Latin American and Caribbean ever since 2021. Right now, we're working together in under 100 projects in sectors like renewable energy, transportation, health, urban services, digital connections, water, all with strong standards that are social, environmental, and labor are added value as well. And these are the only principles of generating fair and sustainable growth that will last long in our time. And these are going to prosperity and strengthen our economy. And we already know that the private sector has a leader role. It should dissolve all the challenges in our time. It should make this prosperity a reality that is binded, sustainable, and pending from those concernings, inspirations, all the expectations of those societies that are operating under. This is the reason why we're offering grants, concessions to be able to share risk and for make these private investments to be feasible and the cost of capital to be affordable. I would like to thank those companies who are here with the commitment under this task, looking at the future, and we would like to revise those critical sectors that will partake in our economies. So please allow me to share with you some more of the most relevant examples in the moment that we're in, building a great opportunity for those companies and partners. Let's begin with energy. New electrical interconnections that are regional, that will open door to a new industrialization doors and competitiveness in Latin America and the Caribbean. Many of you have been requesting this for a long time already. You have requested support so it can become a reality. For this reason, we began to work with key role players, ministers of energy, regional organizations, development banks. And today, it is not far from the European Union that with the public, financial, and those European companies, we're under those conditions to invest in under different key projects for interconnection. And we have jointly identified more than 100 projects that sum up 7 billion euros in investments that will benefit the communities, the local communities, and those workers. Now, knowing the interconnections in those networks, then we should be prepared to manage in a smart way this electricity today and tomorrow. It will require a different bet, a different management, different capabilities, electrical systems that would demand us to update the way that we relate with energy. Latin America and Europe are also working together more than ever in this renewable energy and green hydrogen. Here in Colombia, for example, the European investors have identified 170 projects for renewable energy beyond more that surpass 30 gigabytes. In the region, we have 82 green hydrogen projects in construction. We know that this demand is growing, and this region can become in a production epicenter of renewable energy, of green potential, energy potential, and of green energy that are together or binded with the resources of the continent that is more mega diverse. The second example is the digital connection to the third part of the homes in the Latin American Caribbean still do not have access to internet. For us to be able to reach each home, especially in the rural zones, we were proposing to invest in share satellite structure. This is something that we're also doing in Europe, and this will allow the producers to modernize themselves, for the entrepreneurs to have access to new markets, for employees to acquire new trainings. We would like to share with you and to accompany you in the possibility the rural areas could be attractive poles for investment, because a greater connectivity means a greater opportunity and a more fair distribution of well-being. Finally, high international computing systems, massive connection in artificial intelligence will guide our economies in the future. In Europe, we're joining our capabilities of supercomputing to be at the altitude of this process. This is the reason today I am pleased to offer the new computing, the new European, Latin American, Caribbean a platform that should take us to modernizing climate, to the vaccine designs and energetic projects. This central axis is the optic fiber cable that exists already among Europe and Brazil. In 2026, we would like to expand to Central America and Peru, and then to the Caribbean, extending this all these benefits of digital transition throughout the region. These are opportunity examples that are already mature, that are summing up to other urban services, mobility, water, critical or important infrastructures, because the most important message, the message that is being brought here today is that in these adversity moments and of division, we cannot stay still or quiet. We should grow together more than ever. We should find shared solutions. We should reinforce something that has taken us very far in the last years, but that do not have any limits still. It can go beyond this. And it is the moment to explore new cooperation areas. We would like to listen to their priorities, their challenges, opportunities that you have identified, and this way, together, we can to convert our ambition in actions that are intense in realities. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias a la señora Rivera, vicepresidenta ejecutiva para una transición.
Thank you very much to VP for this competitive of the European Commission. Two regions, one shared future. Those are the phrases that we can gather from those welcoming words. Thank you very much, VP. I'd like to continue. We give the floor to Sergio Diaz from the CAF, the Development Bank in Latin America Bank. Let's receive him with a strong round of applause. Sir, protocol, welcome to all the entrepreneurs that are visiting us today. And please allow me to begin with a personal note. As a Samario of the people who have been born here, it is a pride to gather this financial forum of the European and the Latin American Caribbean. I would like to thank President Petro. The Colombian government has chosen this oldest city in Latin America and the country as the second heads of the LAC and the European Union. Our coincidence of life also wanted us today, November 9th, on the Jamonet anniversary, for us to have this summit. And this is the reason why we're reminding him, or considering one of these countries. Well, one of the founders of Europe, Moneso, would used to affirm that the lack of imagination is the death of our people. And no one more than inspiring, imaginative than our pretty-like child, Gabriel Garcia Marquez. And 100 Years of Solitude, his most iconic labor, is developed here in Macondo, an hour away on the south of Aracataca. And Garcia Marquez, who was also a journalist that was very good, columnist that was of the Heraldo daily paper of the Universo and the Espectador, he would say that he was also convinced that Latin America and the Caribbean should not be seen through the news headlines, but also understood by its complex and rich diversity, excuse me. And throughout time, the Santa Marta Providence, the territory we are right now, all this territory has been a land of high interest for many travelers. It was for the French geographer Élisée Le Cruz that went to the Sierra in the 19th century. He also saw a potential, was also the Jesuitas priest Antonio Serrara, and he wrote the book La Perla America in 1987, the Provincia of Santa Marta, where he was describing the agricultural potential of this zone. And this is the reason why coffee, bananas, and cacao, the palm tree oil, just to mention some, are present in the European Union tables. Those who go through the city, you will see that in your bay. We have a maritime port that is very important thanks to its geographical location, location of strategical ports to connect our both regions, which allow those ships, post-Panama ships, to land here in 15 days. And there's some ports now. From this port, we're exporting agricultural products for more than $400 million or euros per year. Plus 20% of the containers that leave Santa Marta are going to Amber's port. The total of our exportations, 38% of them have the European destiny, arriving to 20 countries like Netherlands, Germany, France, Belgium. And this is the reason why we give all the acknowledgement to all the producers and the agricultural workers that are perceived on the daily work to offer the best services, complying with the European standards. And to almost all the countries in the region, the agricultural sector and the agro-industry and the exportations is greater than the average of the OECD. And according to our estimates in the fish sector, it represents 6% of the GDP, 15% of employment, 18% of the total exportations of Latin America and the Caribbean. In this intervention, I would like to use just two words to describe our message: to approach and to expand. To approach, the rotation of the European presidency for Spain, and thanks to the division of Pedro Sanchez, we restarted after 8 years of absence this European and Caribbean summit, beginning in Brussels, to approach these two blocks. We had to carry out this summit in Madrid before, but President Sanchez had the view for us to do this summit in Brussels. And the coordinated work with the European Union, the Spaniard presidency, Monclova, and especially us, the CAF, emerged this idea of bringing this forum that we continue to drive our investments in our entrepreneurial relationships. That's why I would like to thank IDB for its commitment to greet our Bessie presidency for her commitment as well. We also emerged with the initiatives in this idea of approaching to carry out the first ministers of economy and finances of Latin America and the Caribbean meeting. And this is the reason why I would like to say this quote that was released 3 days ago. And she says it like this in the book: we began this intense week with the CAF directors of Compostela meeting, and began at the beginning of the year meeting from the Santiago de Chile Bank Directory to identify prioritized projects for cooperation among two in the Atlantic. One that was Christian and Santiago going from west to west. And this Santiago de Compostela meeting in September 2023 in Spain, we signed the NCAF, is a great contribution that improved the bank ranking, and this is the reason why we're giving back to the main beneficiaries from this, the private sector and the countries of the region. This last June, we had our economy and finance ministers and other development banks present in the region. And fourth conference for the development in Sevilla framework to give a new expansion to this before this meeting. Now, we are now approaching each region. It is the moment of us to expand. And this is the reason why I would like to thank Ms. Teresa for her words. We can find affinity in what the minister was saying and Teresa of what our role should be with the development banks from now on. Under 60 days, we're going to be compliant with the first quarter of the 21st century. We already burned 25 years of this century and some new structural changes, the actions of China, the tension with the United States, and the reality with the climate pollution that we're living nowadays, and of course the digital revolution that we're going through. Our multilateral institutions were designed 80 years ago in a world that had many challenges, of course. Some did not exist, and today, well, they're becoming more severe. We're living in a more developed country, as Andrew Guinness said in 1990s. In the midst of this acceleration, we should expand our relationships among Latin America, Caribbean, and Europe. And it is there where we see the sense where these summits or our region meetings to be kept. We have a sole opportunity that we cannot let us pass by to create a relationship with reciprocal interests. Latin America, the Caribbean, and the European Union have a sole opportunity that we should not let pass by, as it has been said by the VP Rivera, to build strategical relationships of reciprocal interest and shared interest. To continue to expand these relationships from the LAC Bank as the bank for the region, we would like to propose 5 strategical axes for work. In first place, it has something to do with a great opportunity of green transition matter when the Latin American Caribbean with the greatest chance making this challenge opportunities and to make it possible. 4 years ago, when we took over the presidency of the bank, we offered this opportunity to become the green and blue bank of the Latin America and the Caribbean. It is to focalize our great team because of its resilience and the adaptation of Latin America and the Caribbean. This was strengthened for more than 30% of our approvals to arrive to 25 million green hours. This was possible by all the partners, and this year we're already turning this arriving to $20 million in green financing or funding, and more than of the approval of the banks are in green. And I would like to offer thanks to the VPs of the CAF for the support that this has meant to our institutions in the framework of our work in the Latin America and the Caribbean. And I would like to take time to thank, I just arrived from Berlin, just to Teresa, thank her for her role after these 10 years that we have signed this accord with Paris, and when there was also president under this negotiation, we must continue to pursue. And this is what we have said that Berlin, together with Alicia, the idea of investing 40 million euros in the next 5 years. Thanks to the work that our team has carried out, which our finance VP, the private sector, and the efforts that we have done to put our to drive our growth in the bank. We're going to have more approvals. We're going to become one of the main sources for development funding, and we would like to do this together with the private sector as well, not only with the governments and also with the local governments. This also connects the second axis, which is also the energetic transition that was making reference. That was being referenced by now we have done this based on the carbon and steel. Now, bioenergetic resources should be international access. Our markets need more energy. The industry, hospitals, schools. Additionally, mining also has strategical character facing digital transition and also the energetic transition. An emblematic example is from Bolivia. I would like to thank Teresa, who was in La Paz yesterday, to arrive here to Santa Marta today. Countries that was Rodrigo Paz was positioned yesterday. Now we have been working with all the banks, with their team in the last 2 weeks. We have a great opportunity before us to help Bolivia in their transformation. And this European and American the development banks can give them a quick opening to those markets, allowing them to stabilize their economy in Bolivia. And this takes us to the third axis, going from energy to the digital. We need this mutually, as it was said by Teresa. to connect the cables of Europe towards Latin America and to go towards the south. Today, CAF is funding the cable that is going to Valparaiso towards Australia. We're funding this cable that comes from El Salvador to Panama towards Miami. We have spoken to the Colombian government of extending the cable that comes through Amazon to take it to the Pacific, and then exploring the opportunity to connect this one in the south of the continent. We were funding the cable that goes from the south of China through the Antarctica with the scientific basis, and we should connect with the north. This opportunity we have with the development banks, with the Commission and the governments. In 2035, the data centers will consume the total amount of Latin America and the Caribbean only in 5 years. So this is the reason strategical opening for the gateway. Our idea was to have a green valley with data centers, critical sectors that are fed by this new energy. And our four axes, which also mentioned by Teresa, was saying that even though we have not spoken in a speech, well, plainly identify with what you have mentioned. We have said this 2 years ago. We have the possibility to create a trade bloc that is ample and ambitious in Latin America, Caribbean, and the European Union. Today, we're expecting as development leverage. We hope that in December this year we can see a child that's born that has been around 25 years in growth, and which is the business accord among Europe and Latin America and the Caribbean through Mercosur. Once I have identified this accord of Europe and Mercosur, the agreements with Latin American and European will combine 97% of the GDP and Caribbean, more than twice the amount of the coverage that the United States have and 7 times more than the one that China has. This is the amount of the company that we can begin of December of this year. A study from Spain highlights that with the drive for the European and Mercosur agreement, we can just have all these as one sole one with different standards. We will be creating an economical space of 1.1 billion people. That's a GDP that's equivalent to the one the United States, say 21% of the global GDP. Let's take advantage of the capital that we have, the know-how, the Europe, Latin America, creating a growth of 70% in the bi-regional trade and 40% in our interregional trade in Latin America and the Caribbean. And a fifth of the access is to expand this, is to continue consolidating the partnerships of the development banks. We must, and I have said this to my team, we are carpenters of our architect. We have left the architectonic design to Teresa, to the Minister of Trade of Colombia, and the ministers. We have helped to build what you are designing, and we will strengthen the institutions that are under the services of integration. It's time to double our bet on the development banks, so we can make this hope and what you're inspiring a reality. Now, this is a personal note of the CAF as the president of the bank that was born in Colombia. This bank was funded just by one of the founders, which was the president of Colombia, Carlos Lleras Restrepo. And Carlos Lleras had signed those letters for the creation of the monetary fund bank. If there was a Colombian in this moment that, together with their Andean area partners, had signed this development, it was him and Eduardo Ferenczi, and they were proposing themselves to create this bank 57 years ago to be able to complement the financial integration services. They did not imagine that around the years we will have a bank that was practically that is going to become the great geographical coverage of Latin America and the Caribbean. Has been a patient or slow building, but as Professor Humphrey said, Christopher Humphrey in Oxford told me, you have challenged a question. The periphery countries can create a development bank. We were the first development bank of these countries, and we have shown that we can administer a bank with efficiency, prudence, financial prudency to give financial services to the region. In this moment that we're gathering is our moment to ample this relationship, to explore all alternatives that we have. We can continue to issue this bonus in the European market, to carry out these business in euros, to close these guarantees, to create AV credits, and why not to support ourselves mutually to see these banks grow under the services of these causes, energetic transition, social, and to put the a spotlight on the people of Latin America and Caribbean with our children, boys and girls. This is the reason why we did the launching of UNICEF this year in September, to become a bank that can give children the priority in Latin America and the Caribbean. My dear friends, Garcia Marquez, to come back to the beginning of my intervention, will reaffirm that this Latin American continent, well, there's a country that is not of earth, of water, which is the Caribbean. This is the first time that the summit is being carried out here. The 4 summits, this is the first one that we do in the Caribbean. And this meeting in our Latin American countries and European countries will take great relevance, and this has millenary, and it's also the setting for these 2 worlds to approach and to expand. Our regions constitute a commitment of many generations, which we should face, as I said in Santiago Compostela, with cathedral thoughts. We have created these cathedrals through little churches or chapels. This summit approaches us more now that we have all the things to expand our ideas. There's a need that we have to transform our reality. Thank you very much.
Gracias.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you very much for your words and for reminding us where we are. And it's lovely that you reminded us of your home city, Santa Marta. So I'm going to give the floor to Mrs. Cardillo, the President of the Investment Bank. Good morning. Dear colleagues, authorities, Minister, Vice President of the European Commission, and representatives of the development banks, representatives of the companies, dear Teresa, dear Sergio, that is 11 now, with the meeting with the President of Spain, dear Ana Maria, dear Janice. I could be like spending my whole morning greeting each one of you. To be honest, I'm not from Santa Marta, not even from Colombia. No one is perfect, but I think that the feeling of being here as a Spanish person and from Europe and supporting this economic forum, and of course I'd like to give the thanks to Sergio Granados and for his presentation and reminding us the work that we did together during the Spanish presidency in the European Commission to get together the 2 sides of the Atlantic. And this is precisely the key. This is precisely the objective of the forum and the summit of that we're having here in Santa Marta, a forum that, in my opinion, help us to see the future with trust. And today, in the days where we are engaged in the complex international situation that we have, I think that trust, this is one of the values that actually grows every day. And what have we said today? So we are natural partners. We have gone through a lot of things together, working together, and we have a great opportunity here in Colombia, a unique opportunity to reinforce this marvelous alliance, because we know that together we can promote a better development, a fair, equitable development for our societies. Together, the European Union, Latin America, and the Caribbean. So we represent altogether more than 1,000 million of people. 14% of the worldwide population, so the 1% of the global GDP, and we are a third of the people that compose the United Nations. So we have one of the more solid alliances based on our common history, our values, and the commercial networks that are in the world, and definitely the opportunity and willingness to move together. So if we actually start having these ties together, and of course we are going to do more, we are going to have have a position in this new world order that is happening before us. So here we have an important role between the European Union and the Latin American region. So in the 45 years that we have been in the region, so we have been able to build bridges and mutual trust. So we have also been able to build alliances between the private and public finances to mobilizing resources for specific projects that improve the livelihoods of the people and build communities. We have an investment of $1,000 million and more than 350 projects in the region. And here we actually reinforce the adaptation to climate change and the women empowerment and transportation, and also telecommunications and support to SMEs, to small and medium enterprises, those that have been actually mentioned by CAF. And it happens in projects that goes from the north to the south of the region, such as microloans for women's and green hydrogen in Chile, so the improvement of the electrical grid and also the renewable energies in Panama and Costa Rica, the construction of sustainable transportation networks such as Bogota, Quito, Sao Paulo, or the LAC subway in other parts of the world. And we are going to actually reinforce these alliances with the European Commission, and we are going to give a package of $1,150 million to promote the energy transition in Latin America, specifically between Costa Rica, Guatemala, El Salvador, and Belize. I truly appreciate in this aspect to have the presence of the President Yanis Aquiles and the Vice President of the European Investment Bank, and that is going to sign these agreements that is going to also carry out these businesses in the region. We are going to sign two important operations. First, we are going to support Colombia with 200 million euros in the two solar photovoltaic energy with Enel, the two of them located in the Atlantic region, and I say this because whenever we are going to fund this type of projects, the question that every person here in Colombia asks is where. So that's why I say that this is in the Atlantic region. We are going to also promote the reduction and also to contribute to the reduction of these climate effects. And we are going to also invest $100 million in Ecuador for all the water and waste and sanitation that will have provide opportunity for others to improve their livelihood. So again, given the objectives in this LAC and European Union, we are going to reach historical investment in the region, more than 250 million investments in the region that is going to help the region to have a more sustainable transportation and also from a social and corporate vision. So here the climate we have mentioned by the minister and the executive president and also the CAF president, as they have mentioned, so is that the European Investment Bank has actually consolidated in this year so as the bank for climate, and we can be a specific or a strategic partner for the investments in Latin America and the Caribbean. 70% of our investments reinforce the climate investments. So here we also have precisely the stars in Brazil. We have the debate on the negotiation of the COP30, and the European Investment Bank will actually participate in that forum to show its commitment with the multilateral and the green agenda. We want to reinforce the feminine or the women empowerment in the Amazon. We are going to also promote the reforestation plans, and also we want to also and go deeper into these details in those areas that actually have the greatest biodiversity of the world. So we are ready to reinforce our roadmap in those projects that actually promote the adaptation and also the prevention, because we know that every euro or even dollar for adaptation and prevention, it actually saves between 5 and 7 euros for in reconstruction or damages. And we want to also we want to anticipate, and because with that we can be more safe. And also, for example, Melissa hurricane that actually has left a number of deaths and casualties and destruction in its path. So we also have a key role to help all those countries that have been affected in critical situations, and also to ensure the climate economy, where we have also the priorities. We actually put the money where words are. So as yesterday we were actually telling that that's a message that is quite powerful. And also our finances is safe and in the long term, and we are in the critical moments wherever we are more required, when we need to have a friend. And here we also made our alliances with the CAF, with the Inter-American Bank, Development Bank, and we work all together under the same mandate. No one has to be left behind. We need to work together, as we have actually taken the photo this morning, because we are not competition. We need to improve. We need to improve our interdependency and our efficiency. So in that way, we can maximize the impact in the territory. So needs are enormous, but we need to work in the territory with a good coordination in order to minimize the impact in the territory. And just to wrap up, Europe is a spotlight or a beacon for the world, for the respect and also for democratic values. And in this summit, we have the opportunity to reinforce the strategic alliance with the Latin American and the Caribbean countries that share these values, that are also a beacon for the world in the life where we live. These are intangible elements that help us to live better, that contribute to peace, and also that help us to recognize each other in a community. That's the purpose of the summit, to improve our friendship, our brotherhood. And nothing makes me more happy than to see the good state of or status of our relationships. We have worked with passion in all these years to improve this cooperation and these relationships and be in the place where we are now. And of course, you can be or count on the European Investment Bank to contribute to this future, and always with trust. Thank you very much.
Gracias a Nadia Calviño por sus palabras también.
Thank you. And finally, Maria Ibanez for the Inter-American Bank that is going to close this round of presentation. So, Ana Maria, please feel welcome. Good morning. And welcome to my beautiful country, Colombia. It's a pleasure to have you here. And of course, this is a pleasure to share these words of welcome with the minister that had to leave, and Sergio Díaz-Granados, and also with Nadia, who's a great partner of us. We have made a lot of projects together, and I know that we are going to continue doing so in the benefit of the region. And we all have been said all these introduction words and welcoming words, and we have been sharing a similar message, and we need to remember that we have shared values such as the economic democracy, transparency, and the importance of the rule of law. So out of the 16 members of the part of the IDV group, and they actually share their experiences and knowledge. IDV is important. It has an importance in these two regions, in Latin America and the region, and a role that actually takes more importance considering the world we are living in. And today, let me tell you some experiences and also the opportunities that our region gives. And on one side, we have the abundance of critical minerals and biodiversity, and they have said before me, and also a great capacity for the entrepreneurship in our region. So Latin America and the Caribbean can contribute to the growth of all the planet and to the solutions that we need. And it can be done in a sustainable way. From the IIDV, we want to support the region and we want to help them to reach their potential together with the European Union. So let me tell you that our region also has potential challenges. Some of them have actually been here, like such as the lack of productivity and the growth and the high inequality of the region, and also some topics that are even more recent, such as the expansion of the organized crime, natural disasters that no one mentioned before, and even an accelerated aging in our populations. In the last six decades, the growth is about 1.8%. So we need to grow more, and we have everything to grow more. And the growth is key to reduce poverty. Every percentile in Latin America and the Caribbean, it will be translated between 1.1 and 1.8 percentile points or for the reduction of poverty. And the most powerful way to reduce that is growing and creating jobs. So from IIDV, we estimate that 60 and 90% of the people that actually live with poverty, they achieve this by obtaining a job. And the central challenge is creating more formal jobs. And here we see that the private sector has a key role, as this is the one that generates this type of job, the jobs with social protection and productive jobs. Our countries require more investments, such as, for example, the public and private investments in our region. They are lower than 3% of the GDP. So here we have another area of opportunity for expanding. Almost half of the Saudis and South Asian and under the Middle East and also the North Africa and South Africa. So this is natural that we have challenges, but also that we have new opportunities and a lot of opportunities. Our view is actually of two regions collaborating to increase these dynamics between the private and public sector to create jobs in order to reduce the poverty and also to generate opportunities. So in this way, from IIDV, we believe that the Mercosur agreement with the European Union could be a powerful instrument for more production with more innovation in sustainability and also added value to all the countries of both regions. And we also say with these concrete actions during the signature of the agreement, and also we will support on the ratification and implementation of the agreement. The European Union, as Teresa and Nadia mentioned, is the largest investor in Latin America and the Caribbean with more than 750 million euros in a stock for investment and an investment on a trade around 280 million. So the bid IIDV has around 16 countries that are members and can be an enabler and also an intermediary for high value between these two regions. So in this way, we can promote investment, innovation, development. And after the Global Gateway launch that we have mentioned here in 2023, IIDV and also the European members have actually invested more than 400 million with in bonds with a sovereign guarantee. So here we also, the IIDV also see the joint impact that the Global Gateway has in the region and also for Europe. We participated in 108 out of the 194 initiatives, and that means also 80% of the initiatives. And then at the end, we are going to have more than 29 million for technical assistance on a year basis. And also, as for the business opportunities and to get them material, and also for connectivity, for example, that's one of the convergence points of the points that we have mentioned this morning. With the French Development Agency and the European Union, we have funded more than 400 million for the sea cable in Brazil for connecting the region with Europe, together with the investment banks and other development agencies. We are also developing an investment for the electric market in our region, and which is connected with clean energy. So we're helping the two regions so they can actually take advantage of or develop the energies of the future. Latin America has a lot of opportunities, and also it has the 60% of the world lithium, 40% of copper and plate, and also with good rare minerals, and so that's also a potential for our region and for Latin America for a sustainable exploitation. So from IATV, we are working to ensure the sustainability of those investments in energy. So as Maria Teresa mentioned, supporting the policies and mobilizing private investments, and also helping with the infrastructure and also the value chain. So we have different initiatives in Argentina, Brazil, Chile, and Dominican Republic and Peru. So with the support of the European Union, we're helping more than 109 million in projects in Argentina, Brazil, in Chile, and in Ecuador, promoting mining governance and the sustainable exploitation of lithium and rare minerals. The European Union is also a great partner in terms of sustainability and resilience. And this is also a good opportunity for Latin America and the region. Over the last 2 decades, 190 million people have suffered the effects of the natural disaster. This is a little bit less of the population of Brazil, and that has happened in the last 2 decades. In June 2025, in the summit of the Development Summit in Seville, we actually added to the Spain agreement for the pause of the debt. That initiative actually promotes the standardization of these clauses, and also it also reaches to the vulnerable countries. 7 countries have actually signed these clauses for almost $400 billion. So here we also have a debt swap with Barbados, and that was a very innovative project that we were together in last year with the International Monetary Fund. And each one of us, we contributed for $150 million, and also with this restructuring of the debt, we actually generated more than 225 million savings that could be actually redirected for the improvement of the water and sanitation of that country. In Europe is a key partner of our program in the IIDB for the Amazon for Forever, with more than 300 million of investment that can help us to increase our regional impact. We also have the bioeconomy and the reforestation program, and here we have the participation of 5 European countries. Another important example is Sweden. That's the International Swedish Cooperation Agency. With that, we have a collateral of 150 million for the sustainability projects in Ecuador. And also just recently, last month, with Denmark, as Norway and Sweden, we actually have the possibility to increase our capacity with more than 800 million just dedicated for the increase in the sustainability in the Amazon and Central America. So the examples that I just shared are shared with the work together with the governments, because this is for public goods that actually want to increase the dynamics of the private sector, which is the reason that for which we are here today. The private sector plays a fundamental role, but cannot do it by itself. The private investment is key, as I said in the beginning. And here we are duplicating the efforts to create the conditions so that the private sector can invest and contribute to the prosperity of our welfare of our citizens. And here I have to say that 17% of our funds is dedicated to the private sector through the different funds, as these are like the different branches of the IDB group for innovation and development. So here we work together for the mobilization of the private funds. At Santander, it was the scaling for impact, and it actually had $1,000 million. And even just last month, so we dedicated a fund of $50 million to increase the digital connectivity in our region. We are helping and establishing a fund for taking these private sectors to the region region, Latin America and the region and the Caribbean. And this in LAC infrared, we also involved in the transportation system in Bogota that included more than 400 electric buses. So here we have the information of that companies required with the bid for the Americas. So we help to actually to see the different opportunities that are there for commerce and investment and procurement, and also for those public projects funded by IDB. So let me give us some results. So 50 million of investments for BID that are funded by BID Lab. This is the innovation branch of IDB, including France and Germany and the United Kingdom. So 50% of 53% of the finance of operations were made with the European members through IDB Invest. I don't have any doubt that this can actually create these spaces so that our region can double their growth together with the private sector that generates more jobs and increases the productivity and the growth. So in that way, poverty can be reduced and reach then a greater resilience in the region. So from IDB, we want to improve the conditions for a robust clear sector, and also with a sector that promotes productivity. Our research demonstrates that our countries can actually reach all this by promoting more competitive markets. By the way, a study that we conducted and that we're about to launch next month, the markets, if these were so competitive, so then the product per capita can increase up to 45%. With small changes in the regulations. We are ready to support all the countries in this path. So hopefully that this journey, this session that we're about to start in the fourth LAC, Latin American and European Union, can actually help us to see the path that we need to go together.
Gracias a Ana María Ibáñez, vicepresidenta.
Thank you, Maria Ibáñez, the Vice President of the Inter-American Development Bank. So as you were able to see, each one of these interventions show the importance of this encounter and also the opportunities that we can have. So that's why we actually to be very attentive in the different conversations that we are going to have in this session. Please don't forget that we have translation devices for those that want to listen to this in a different language, and remember that they are out of the room. So channel 1 is English, 2 is from French, and 3 Portuguese. And in the meantime, let me tell you what comes now. The first thematic panels, we are going to talk about the mobilization of the private capital for a green and fair transition. As you know, the foreign investment and the private sector participation are essential to accelerate the green transition, generate high-quality jobs, and also the promotion of the shared prosperity. So we invite you to continue with these talks in our social media. So here in your label, you also have a QR code, and then you are going to be able to see the agenda for today, the entities that we are going to have in the different panels, and follow our social media. So everything is there in the back of your label. So here, now that we are here, so let me tell you that this panel is going to be actually followed or moderated by Matias from the Inter-American Development Bank. So Matias, please go ahead. Matias Bendersky, Global Alliances Division from Inter-American Development Bank. Oh, it's his birthday. Matías, it's Matías' birthday today.
La vida, ¿no? Feliz cumpleaños para Matías, gracias. Está también Gisela Sánchez, presidenta ejecutiva del Banco Centroamericano de Integración Económica.
Gisela, the executive president of the Central American Bank for the Economic Integration. Ivan Andrade, President of the Bank of the Pacific in Ecuador, and Alejandro Gutierrez, Sustainability Manager of Natura. So welcome to the stage, and to start talking about this important topic. And let's start with the first panel. Welcome. The stage is yours.
Primera vez que me cantan feliz cumpleaños en un evento. Primero quería darles la bienvenida desde lo que me toca.
I want to thank everybody, the ones involved in the organization of this event, that truly it's a hard work for many people and many organizations. I wanted to thank everybody, European Union, Colombia, CIF, and our IDB, and our European team, the expanded team in Colombia, with Ramiro, the representative. It's a big day. I wanted to start with a bit of energy. I wanted to announce that it was my birthday, but it was already announced. Thank you for the round of applause. As an Argentinian, I cannot avoid when I'm here and being for several hours with a shutdown in the airport. I wanted to play soccer with Pibe, with a really famous song in Argentina for us, and which I really would like to run into the Pibe. This plenary is important not because of me, but because of the big and great panelists. It's going to be Spanish mostly, but I'm going to make a question in English as well, because not everyone speaks Spanish. I believe Ana Maria talked about the private sector, and I'm going to start with the private sector. I'm the Alliance Global Manager of the bank. We work with the private sector. We are in the IDB core, but we work with the whole group, with the IDB Invest, at least 50% of our time. Without the private sector, there's not sustainability, or nothing, or almost nothing. That's why we're here. And we definitely, after this panel and throughout the event, to define mobilization commitments, that we can leverage more resources and define clear routes for support afterward this forum. The panelists have been introduced really well. I just want to give the floor for each. And, well, I have 3 questions for each. I don't know if I will be able to do the questions, all the questions, but definitely at least just one. So if we can do 3 minutes per question, would be ideal. We have 55 minutes, I think. Please let me know. And just a preamble to what you're going to talk about. I would like to tell you that from the IDB, Invest is trying, and we're going to become a bank where we can have more than 50% of our operations for the private sector. We are working in capitalization of IDB Invest that would make for the 2030 something would be bigger than the public IDB. And this is very interesting, showing the profile of what the region is asking every day. We're mobilizing a lot of private capital clearly in the room, with all the organizations in the room, many of them. And what we think is, from the IDB, we need to create the conditions for this investment. We have a lot of examples. I'm not going to get into details. I will leave the panelists to tell about it from their inside. And let me start with Gisela. What I wanted to touch upon is the investment gap and the reality of that investment gap. And ask you, Gisela, I'm really glad to see you here. Last time we were in Brussels. From your insight, which structural challenges you have identified in BCIE with the concessions and private funding in the projects for Latin America and the Caribbean? Thank you very much. Good morning. Happy birthday, Matias. Thank you, CAF, Government of Colombia, the city that we are in today. About structural challenges, I believe the first one to have more private investment is to truly have attractive, predictable, measurable projects in terms of impact and with the best conditions for that appetite to be generated. As multilateral banks, and especially the BCIE that has been working for 35 years in America, but also in Argentina, we have closer relationships with the public sector. And in terms of our renters, in fact, 95% of our portfolios, the public sector, and 5% is private sector. But that doesn't mean that we don't want to have more projects with other banks and, of course, with companies as well. I believe we're missing the technical capability to be deeper. Of course, it's not just about the companies, but also to mobilize standards. In that sense, this year we're really glad to say that 99% of funds that we have collected are with ISG Lab or TAG, which is a lot, and you can see the commitment. And the other matter is how to prepare with that DNA of social, economical, environmental impact. We have an investment fund currently for climate change projects related that has European Union support with CAWF of Germany and the Open Fund. And we have achieved It's gone? Thank you. Each technical assistance dollar have been able to move 200 for climate investment. So that fund that is around $10 million, it's very manageable, have allowed fundings for $1,790 million in the current year. So we need to work that way and, of course, closer with the private sector because we need everybody. Thank you very much. Gisela, talking about attractive, concrete projects and climate goals.
Pleasure to have you here. From HDS perspective, what are the key investments and conditions needed to scale
Green hydrogen projects in Latin America and the Caribbean?
Yeah. Do you hear me? Yeah. Thank you very much, and buenos dias, everyone. So just if you let me introduce quickly HDF Energy. So we are a French company. We develop two kinds of projects. The first one is to use the hydrogen as a way to store the renewable electricity. So we combine renewable electricity, hydrogen production on site, and then after fuel cells to produce electricity on demand. So this is a complete power plant that we are developing. And then after, we are also other project where we develop pure hydrogen production for the industrial usage. So we are based in France, but also here in the LAC region. We have offices in Mexico and also in Barbados and also in Trinidad and Tobago. So for me and for HDF, one of the key condition if we want to develop a hydrogen project is the bankability. So bankability for private sector and for investor means the fact that we have a long-term offtake agreement that will help the investor to see that they have a predictable revenue and that can invest with this kind of project that are quite high capex wise. So the capital is really high for this kind of project. So bankability is one of the main challenges for this kind of project, and it's also linked to the demand because if we produce hydrogen is for what? What are we doing with the hydrogen? Few years ago, a lot of countries here in the LAC region wanted to develop hydrogen for the export in Europe, export in Asia. But this is a long-term vision. In order to recreate a demand and to create this kind of bankability for the project, we need also to have some local demand to create the local market in order to scale also the expertise locally, also the regulation, and then after to be prepared by this exportation and this long-term vision. So yeah, this is for us the main challenges is really to create this local demand, to know what we are going to do with this hydrogen, what kind of long-term offtake agreement we can find in order to have this bankable project. And this is why at HDF we started in the region by developing this complete integrated project, I will say like off-grid project where we develop power plant including hydrogen. So we don't sell directly the hydrogen, we sell the electricity. So the business model already exists, and on those countries where the electricity coming from the renewable is one of the key for the energy.
Ayudamos este tipo de proyectos al tener unos desarrollos y ayudar a la ecuación de los renovables. Este tipo de modelo ayuda con la parte del hidrógeno porque saben que tenemos una renta al vender la electricidad por 25 años. Podemos anticipar cuál va a ser este ingreso y también lo que podría ser el riesgo asociado con este tipo de proyectos, porque los inversionistas privados, los GFIs, quieren anticipar también el riesgo al desarrollar este tipo de proyecto. Básicamente, hemos demandado una regulación y también con la infraestructura que es muy necesitada para poder desarrollar hidrógeno porque es una molécula y necesitamos el almacenamiento, el transporte, necesitamos la infraestructura para hacer este tipo de valor, de cadena de valor. Y si no tenemos esta infraestructura, no podemos tener un proyecto viable. Estos tres temas, demanda, regulación, infraestructura, son una parte del problema de bancabilidad. Muchas gracias por mencionar el proyecto en Barbados, con el cual estamos trabajando en conjunto en Barbados. Habló acerca de la banca. Ivan, from your insight in the Pacific, what are the main barriers that would stop the financial institutions of the region to expand these green portfolios at a big scale? Good morning and thank you very much. First of all, it exists a reality, and that is the fiduciary responsibility that private banks have to manage the deposits of their clients. That is why, before a limitation, that reality that led us to manage very carefully the relationship risk-benefit return. So taking into account that specific, it has been a reality. The second element that we need to say is how I'm going to expand the patrimony base and the access to private capital for the banks in Latin America and the Caribbean. I believe it's essential. Also, if we remind that in 2008 we have the last turbulent time in private banks in which the governments of each country were rescuing. So the question is, with the complexity that it is in Latin America and the Caribbean and the volatility from the economical point of view and the impact that produced climate change, which way do we have a patrimony sustainability network? Taking into account these factors that are a reality, we need to take action. And that is why we are in this marvelous meeting here in Santa Marta, because As I've said, those limitations will make we need to think how the banks, the private banks, and the capability of continuing the investments, and I mean funding the real sector of economy, promoting those projects that would comply with the basic elements that allow to care our environment, biodiversity, and allow generally to generate renewable, healthy energy for all of our continent. Thank you very much, Ivan. The time, it's fantastically manageable, but you can expand a little bit if you want to. Thank you for respecting the limit of those 3 minutes. You were talking about the environment, and I want to go to Natura. That is recognized worldwide because of their business sustainable model. From your insight, Alejandro, what are those main challenges that the companies are facing bringing green investment? I don't want to take on that all of you know Natura. It's a Brazilian company, more than 55 years. We've been in Colombia for 18 years, but we also have operations in Peru, Ecuador, Mexico, Argentina, and part of Central America with Avon. That is an important question because the core of Natura know that our business is based on ingredient development of local communities, and we have scaled up this program through 25 years where we have more than 10,000 families working. In Colombia, we have 100 and have produced 145 chain of values with 45 ingredients. So what I want to say with this, what I want to go with the question and with the answer, it's important to be able to capture credit, distribution fleet for the different products, but the problem is in the chain of value, how the communities can have funding to be able to expand this ingredient plants, because what we go to the Amazon region and the communities don't have a way to deliver a production to Natura. They say, we have an oil that you could include in a product. How much do you have? You have 100 kilos per year. That is not financiable, manageable. So we have problems with the access for funding. I believe the commercial banks, the development banks, international cooperation, private sector and public sector have not been able to talk about alliance, strategic alliance. And well, this is about the term that we have been talking about, and at the end we have not been able to concrete what is bioeconomy and how to move forward with it. I believe there's a big challenge. Natura has just launched their financial mechanism, Natura, live Amazon through the IBD, FCA. We have different allies where we are funding different communities with the access of all that they're selling to Natura. And this business model would allow to expand the growth and will have a guarantee to expand in the near future. Thank you very much, Alejandro. I will go to the second item. You were talking about how to scale up that chain of value. I believe we need to test to have financial solutions that would work. I will go to my favorite topic, which is instruments that work and that don't work. In regards to that, Gisela, how the BCIE is using the mixed model to have different funding for the Latin America and the Caribbean. Do you have any lessons learned that you can share? Thank you very much. We're using all the options, obviously blend and finals, with funding that we manage by ourselves credit lines for small and medium companies. Through the guaranteed line, women that are entrepreneurs and generally could access to resources in better conditions, and banks to have a better appetite to invest. In that sense, we have interesting experiences about innovative stuff. For instance, CPAC, the Central America electrical connection from the network and multilateral banks. We are working in a project which is called Subsidy in El Salvador, where the Open Forum is participating. We have a co-funding with ICBF Taiwanese to have more entrepreneurial women, and an innovative project with IDB Invest, with Canadian Climate Fund, and with private capital in Guatemala, which is a sport complex, which is San Cristobal field. We need to understand what are the needs of the different stakeholders, what is needed for the private sector to go in, what do the public and private sector need, and what is that we can offer to improve the conditions, reduce rates, and be able to understand what are those needs that we need to meet. I believe innovation, there's many. All banks are concerned to do more with less, and what we need is better mobilization of private capital to make reality more projects faster and be able to deliver more development to the countries. Thank you, Gisela, and thank you for mentioning the project. Something that you mentioned in that regard with the IDB, we work along well with the CAF allies as well. Desde la experiencia de HDS, hablemos acerca de las alianzas con los gobiernos, con los bancos, con el sector privado, en términos de ayudar ese riesgo de proyectos de transición energética en etapa preliminar. Hay tres temas en este tipo, por supuesto. Básicamente es cómo podemos transformar desde el punto del proyecto a un proyecto real. El Banco de Desarrollo, el IDB Invest o este tipo de bancos pueden formar estrategias, dar asesoría, evaluaciones, posicionar préstamos. Este tipo de instrumentos puede ayudar la primera etapa del proyecto para que pueda movilizar este concepto a un cierre financiero. Como desarrollador no tenemos toda la capacidad para cada paso y desarrollar y hacerlo una realidad. Este es el primer paso donde tenemos este tipo de cooperación entre el sector privado y los bancos de desarrollo. Luego, también el esquema de financiación mixto. ¿Cómo podemos llegar a darle la bienvenida a la capital a los proyectos con fondos públicos y privados y tener garantías y poder mejorar la bancabilidad del proyecto y la competitividad de los proyectos? Cuando tenemos bancos de desarrollo que están invirtiendo primero, muy seguramente los bancos de desarrollo serán los siguientes. Cuando tenemos proyectos de desarrollo y alianzas que son muy claves para el proyecto, está muy relacionado con las políticas y con las alianzas, el poder dar visibilidad al ingreso. Estos tienen términos o plazos que son largos, a 3 años, y hay una utilidad que es pública y nos da 25 años de PPA para vender la electricidad y para poder hacer el proyecto financiable. Después se pueden dar garantías. Algunas veces hay desafíos en países y en otras regiones del mundo. y la garantía del gobierno puede ayudar también lograr que el proyecto sea financiable. También hay que invertir en infraestructura. A veces el sector privado no puede invertir en toda la infraestructura que se necesita para el proyecto. De hecho, hay un ejemplo, si queremos tener una terminal para exportar hidrógeno, este tipo de infraestructura a veces se opera con el sector privado al final. Ahí es donde el gobierno también puede ayudar. En resumen, el único riesgo de participación pública es cuando se puede desarrollar también con la asociación privada. Y también en el Banco de Desarrollo también puede tener esa alianza para el GSF. Gracias. Ahora vamos al mundo real. Ivan, how can the banks, as the Pacific Bank, collaborate with multilateral institutions like ours to improve that financiability that was being mentioned and the concession? It has to do with what was said by Hanani in regards to this early participation, but I don't want to anticipate your answer. In practice, when you take that chain of value, which is virtues generated, combining what is multilateral banks with development banks in the countries to establish the guarantee programs, those are key to expand and multiply the number of projects that could participate. From that point of view, the direct relation is through guarantees. It has an impact of less usage of Tier 1 capital in banks. And that allows the banks to participate in this type of projects because of their magnitude or the type of risk would not take on completely by us. The fact that we have that guarantee would empower to projects and participation as private sector the banks could have. As well in generation of productive portfolio, I was actually speaking with the IDB, let's say, cousins last week. So them and we can have that portfolio, part of it, and not just because they can participate or give shares to those guarantees for portfolio, but also to be taken by the private branches of the multilateral banks. And that would take the benefit of participating in what is funding and promoting what green economy is, clean energy, and with the type of protection that have a third element. That third element is if I co-share with a multilateral bank, I have somehow seniority shared in recovering the capital or the money. Remember that it's important for us as everyone to allocate those loans and recover because that allows to continue growing. But that share, portfolio share with that, I believe it's very important. The second element that we have in the middle is that we need to think about inclusion in funding programs to the productive sector, especially medium and small companies, where we see a specific bank and we want to grow that capital, especially SMEs for women. I believe we need to make a deeper fingerprint, long-lasting, because we think it's a way to empower the productive sector and would generate worldwide employment. On the other hand, in regards to energy, for photovoltaic projects we think there's an opportunity there because there's a range of solar energy generation, which is not just 200 or 500 million. There's also 20 million that could also tackle, and of course has a beneficiary performance from the economical point of view and the resource utilization point of view to generate that clean energy. Thank you very much, Ivan. Our small cousins in the region, the World Bank, and our friends of CAF, at least in the region. Alejandro, Natura, manager of sustainability funding. Which mechanisms or conditions does Natura consider that would push that transformation, that corporative transformation? I believe there's a big opportunity as a region. Latin America and the Caribbean can take advantage of all the potential that we have. I believe we need to talk about how this is going to be done. And of course, we have microcredits, which I believe it's an important tool to get to populations that cannot access to a commercial credit easy. I believe we need to have conversations that would make to change the structure to have that capital flow to the communities, how to adapt those type of measures to the type of the harvest. This is something that could be complex, but it's not really. A community that just have 1 or 2 crops per year, it's difficult to organize, so they're paying their quota. We need to change the paradigm, and it's very important, and that is related with the climate insurance, how those insurance will get more and be able for those communities to insure their crops. And I'm saying this, connecting it with a chain of value as big as Natura has. A couple of years ago in Colombia, the communities lost 60% of their crops because of climate change. In Peru, that was 100%. So when we see this, beyond have a big or a small scale in these countries, if we talk about volumes, this is going to be a critical process for Natura. I believe there's some mechanisms that should be restructured and start seeing from the geolocation where the communities are to access to companies for payment. Or in Colombia, there are many communities that don't have this digital access. I believe we need to see in a systematic and whole way to have more organized capital flows. And what we have seen is many of these financial strategies are really isolated. I believe we need to be more to be able to capitalize efforts. And talking about the question of financial mechanism, Natura, that was with the communities to talk about the structure of the financial mechanism. Those are 15 communities that are being benefit from this mechanism. This is a first stage where we need to start assessing really well what are the return of payments, all those risks, and so on. Some of the guarantees that we have, the same ingredients that are sold to Natura, and reduce that impact that we could have. So from there on, I believe there are many that we can get deeper into, and I believe IDB Invest are big allies. I believe Colombia is closing an agreement with Big Lab to invest in communities, to have technical assistance, administrative and financial assistance, and machinery and technology as well. I believe that's very important. The chain of value without financial education, it's something difficult to have a financial order that would connect with the sector. Thank you very much, Alejandro. 1 minute for the last answer, because we need to wrap up, but I want to do it anyways. We will start with you. From your insight, what is the best way to align these multilateral private sectors to close this gap of investment in the region that we were talking about?
Los riesgos climáticos.
I would say 3 key elements: climate risks, and as was mentioned, and together we can mobilize more capital that has that appetite for innovative projects that have an environmental and social environment impact, and of course more financially more innovative based on environmental solutions. And I would say how we can have a technical joint voice oriented to results, having competitiveness as an advantage. And let me bring up a phrase. I think it's time to lower down the voice and probably to raise the argument instead of the opposite, like speak loudly without having the data and the arguments. Thank you very much. You count on us for the mobilization component, and regarding this office I handle. So, and I think that we have some things in common, and okay, let's say when we are in this forum, we refer to UN mobilization, their mobilization, our mobilization with them. And I think it's very important to have this in context. Not only what we are saying has a lot to do with what we have together, but probably to look for the argument, those common arguments to work together, invest together in the region. I mean, we have to do it the right way. But Alani, voy a ir contigo por un minuto. Vamos a hablar de innovación. Y sabes, definitivamente estás en la infraestructura de energía limpia, en ese espectro, atravesando los mercados emergentes. Pero ¿qué tipo de innovaciones podemos utilizar para acelerar el despliegue de esas soluciones? Bueno, básicamente estas son soluciones que estamos suministrando para acelerar la transición de energía limpia con fondos de la Unión Europea, de este tipo de redes eléctricas. Las necesitamos para implementar soluciones innovativas en la parte que produzca electricidad y también para tener soberanía, proveer soberanía al país. Este concepto combinado con el almacenamiento de hidrógeno y para implementar este tipo de transición en energías con una red de energía que pueda ser integrada, multimodal y que integre diferentes tecnologías, el hidrógeno y con el sistema de baterías, y esto ayuda a acelerar la transición energética en energía verde para cumplir los objetivos y desplegar estas estrategias innovadoras a todos los países que tengan de pronto alguna dificultad. Esto es un ejemplo que tenemos en México, Baja California, pero también en Barbados, con ejemplos multimodales podemos encontrar acá también en la región. Y para terminar, también hay innovación para el esquema de financiación. Hemos hablado acerca de eso y quiero enfatizar aquí que necesitamos también innovar para este tipo de proyectos en el esquema de financiación con licitaciones en la parte de financiación. Nos han donado $14 millones para implementar estas tecnologías y también le damos la bienvenida al sector privado en este proyecto. Y en esto tenemos innovación desde la parte financiera y de la parte tecnológica en ambos componentes. Y lo último, bueno, también hemos desarrollado proyectos que necesitan un nivel argumental con un esquema integral y que porque hoy nos permiten desarrollar los esquemas que tenemos ahora para poder acelerar estos tipos de proyectos. Ivan, and what is the key role of digitalization and innovation in reducing the perception of the risk in 1 minute? Well, in general, we all see that there is a direction, and through it, we can pretty much become more efficient, and really that's the role played in all productive sectors. from the point of view of transparency, and this transparency that allows the digitalization and having the information readily to make better decisions, but okay, leveraging this space of 2 minutes, I think it's important that the private banks understand and acknowledging, of course, what IDB does, and I think we should aim at participating and capitalizing the CAF. CAF has become the development bank institution that has truly joined the highest number of countries in the Latin America and the Caribbean, and capitalizing CAF is something that itself has become what it is nowadays. And on Friday, we had news about the qualification in Leticia. This is a proof that it's a positive vehicle, and I think if private banks want to have a participation in all these projects that at the same time has this combination engagement with all the multilateral entities, like if we do that, what we are really doing is investing in the stake values, in the stake shares, the share component. But we have one vote. Those elements make it special how CAF works, and that's why I mentioned that aspect. I consider is important for CAF life. Really what we have is, from the practical point of view, I wonder, a human being is so smart that through digitalization has enabled developing dreams and turn it into $1 trillion regarding AI. And but that smartness, intelligence of a human being is still being tested to leveraging those funds, those $1 trillion, and to invest it the best way for people to have a dignified life. Thank you very much. We're going to continue hearing about CAF in all the panels. And of course, we work together with CAF, with IDB, and as I was mentioned before, there's room for everyone. And I believe we all can contribute, and we are happy to continue working with the other multilateral banks, and of course, with the Investment European Bank. Alejandro, I'm not going to ask you a question. I'm going to leave you close with remarks. You can talk about the bioeconomy and circular project. Welcome, but if you cannot close, you can bring up any other topic you think it's relevant to the panel. Well, I think I recap all my speaker panels articulations key to boost these inclusive models for a fair transition. To collect a lot of information, we need to invest, reduce uncertainty, reduce risks. Community voices must be included in these models, structuring processes to make it more effective in the way they connect with the value chain. Natura companies available to spread all these 25 years of knowledge, and to see how we can capitalize to leverage all the bioeconomy models being implemented in the country. Thank you very much. I ask you a big round of applause for our panelists. Thank you very much. With this, we close. Okay, now let's have the official picture before the next panel. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, managers of the IDP, for moderating this panel. Now, the next one, let me tell you, I think behind your badges, there's a IQ code to scan the agendas and all the information regarding the sessions. A big round of applause for them. Thank you for your partaking. Now, second panel, Feeding the Future, Food Safety, Innovation, and Sustainable Agro-Industry. This is a key topic that aims at strengthening the food system with sustainable investment and private public sector collaboration. This panel is going to be moderated by Alicia Montalvo, climate change and manager at IDB. Alicia is there. She is coming to the stage. She'll be along with Supra Cafe. Mr. Ricardo, okay, welcome. A big round of applause for all of them. They're making it here. Miguel Pacheco, Rainforest for South America Director. Miguel, thank you for joining us. Marta Muller, Financial Corporations for the Spanish Cooperation and Development Delegate. Thank you, Marta. Alberto Reyes, Co-Fund President. And Jose Luis Quiroga, Rural Deputy Minister for the agency in Colombia. Thank you, everyone. Alicia, audience is all yours. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Now, well, we are addressing a session that's dealing with the fundamental topic in the current political context with economic relationships, Latin America, and the community union, and the impact of the climate change and biodiversity. We're talking about sustainable food production, which is one of the greatest challenges we are addressing in the climate summit that's starting tomorrow. We're talking about food security. That's one of the big challenges for the region, but we're also talking about sustainable, productive agro-industry. In this context, Latin America and the Caribbean is presented as a region of solutions, a region that produces food for 1,300 million people. Nowadays, it has 14% of worldwide crops, reaching 28%. It could reach 50% of the land that can be exploited. Panelists have more information, but of course, above all, is a contradictory topic because in the region, the region is still facing on security, food insecurity, CO2 emissions are produced by this sector in both the deforestation impact and non-sustainable agricultural practices, and this is also a very vulnerable sector in the climate change impact, with losses between 3 to 5% of GDP as a consequence of climate disasters. This is a very important sector regarding biodiversity, the link between the agriculture and biodiversity in a region that embraces 60% of the worldwide biodiversity. Is a key sector from all points of view, but also I would like to highlight that this is a sector that provides employment to all. 80% of producers are small producers in the region, and in general, a lot of challenges, many opportunities. And in this panel, we'll have the opportunity to hear all the different stakeholders who are going to be addressing from different views the challenges. Let me start. Rural Deputy Vice Minister from Colombia, please tell us what are the policies that are being currently implemented, and what are the priorities to boost the benefit of agro-industrial development in Colombia. Thank you, everyone here. And we, in the Colombian government and in the joint state in general, we started our our rural development public policy initiative, acknowledging the peasants as a subject to be protected by the Constitution. We placed the peasants in the center of the public policy, along with indigenous communities and black communities. Acknowledging the subject is a start, and there we are acknowledging and developing a series of policies that are aiming at first an agroecology, an initiative boosting, enhancing agroecology as a production scheme. First is feasible, second help us overcome the climate crisis, and also can be harmonized with the initiatives, agro-industrial initiative, without excluding the possibility to have agro-industrial development, keeping in mind that these communities, black communities, indigenous communities, can also develop their own agroecology initiatives, and supporting this community agro production with perspectives in which they can invest in agropecuarian credit, providing the resources. Secondly, we are making progress in acknowledging the peasant territories, giving them governance, governance that can work along with the regional and national authorities in enabling organization of the territory around the agro-industry development. Also, we have initiatives to protect the soil, because these figures of vulnerabilities is also related to how the soil is used. Deforestation and drought are happening, and in the Colombian case, we are trying to make progress in acknowledging areas to protect food, and that's key for organizing the territory. I know that there's room for the family agriculture and also the family production or agriculture, and an industry that making progress to sustainability, to innovations and integration of technological tools that enable development of the crops production, in the context facing the challenges and the crisis Latin America is going through, and only with these measures we are facing the challenges. We have a specific case, the Bio-Amazonic region. There we have to implement differential measures because of the transformation that takes place there in the Chocó and insular zone in Chocó, or those zones and regions affected by the current climate crisis. And there we are implemented measures that will, there's an enabling through rights acknowledgement, enabling those subjects, people, communities to granting, awarding the right without keeping in mind that sustainable agriculture can be implemented, but also acknowledging that that development is possible as long as it's sustainable, and the government, state keeping the follow-up and accompaniment to enable development of the ecosystem change. Obviously, with the public-private sector alliances, partnerships to boost these initiatives. Having a market enabling an income for these families, and this also contributing to the inclusion of these families. Thank you, Deputy Minister. Very important challenges you're facing here in Colombia. After hearing you, I'm going to give floor Mr. Ricardo Otero from the business sector. You can contribute with your experience. Thank you, Alicia. Welcome to the. Thank you, the forum and the CAF for inviting me here. I think I'm really proud to speak on behalf of a small company, because in Europe, all companies are small companies, and in this kind of forums, there's not really much representation in that sense. Thank you for giving us word. Secondly, we've been working in sustainability. For us, sustainability is not only a key factor, but also a necessary factor to get competitiveness and to generate value. We work high quality coffee. If we do not care about the people who produce this crop, it's impossible to keep it. So what's our initiative? Since we started 30 years ago in the 90s, our initiative was to integrate the chain, working with interest groups of interest, with the cooperative, the agricultures, and specifically with women since 1999. Why with them? Because there are challenges. Everybody knows about the challenges, but I classify them in three groups: innovation challenges, coffee agriculture processes in Colombia are behind. It affects quality, consistency, income, the environment regarding the products. And there are opportunities, there are challenges that become opportunities, and sustainable and environmental challenges. Climate change is a reality, and we are reaching the highest prices in the coffee, because not the highest coffees, because countries are being affected, but we are aware that if we do not take up the environment with a good sustainable agriculture, we cannot produce coffee in the future. So we've been working from the beginning with shading systems, soil protection systems, and now we're going to continue working with rainforests in that regard. And the most important thing I'm going to leave for the end, the social component. In Colombia, there are a lot of peasants that have a very low income, and they depend on coffee production. But we need to work against the poverty, against the lack of formalization, and that is providing a generational inclusion, working hand in hand with the producers, enhancing fair income. That's the inspiration we have to work with. One small company working with cooperatives and small producer groups is facing challenges, and we're going to deep dive later on how to fund all that. And lastly, from the beginning, and it's good to acknowledge it, to working with alliances, with the ISEC in our case, with the Spanish Development and Cooperation Agency. We have managed to do that with support of the government to set up a coffee park with open model. Without sustainability, there's no progress, and without innovation, there's no progress. So I finish this question and supporting what the other speakers have said. The private sector role is key in boosting these processes. A lot of public policies are integrating the private sector strongly, and I think from the private sector we are key in public-private alliances and partnerships.
This match is very good. Thank you very much, and thanks for your experience. Well, this view that you are talking about in energy for the producer and to work with the SEMs is something that we are precisely working under this prosperity agriculture strategy, approving this strategy some months ago, and it has committed to dedicate $8 billion towards 2030 in this sector. And I would also like to state about a job that we're carrying out with the Columbia University, focusing on coffee, focusing on prosperity in the coffee sector, working with these prosperity plans in different countries. And I believe that, well, this is where we must join our efforts through the academia is key, and also with the role with the European Union is key in this. So and I would like to direct myself to Manuel Pacheco, who for Rainforest Alliance is working with thousands of producers to make these sustainable practices that Richard was saying are generalized and are able to have international access with other practices that are really can leave us with a calm state of mind. So please go ahead. The floor is yours. Thank you very much, Alicia and the CAF, for the invitation. All right, I would like to commence by speaking about the scale of what it means to work with thousands of producers the way we work from Rainforest Alliance. Well, Rainforest Alliance works in 62 countries currently. Next, we'll be working with 7.9 million producers and workers that are from the agriculture sector, which are in the scope of Rainforest Alliance certification. Our certification embarks 6,000 of farmer land in the world, and in the market we can find around 42,000 products with the frog seal, which is our famous logo. And right now we have a scope of 25,000 or 25 million. Our purpose is the conservation of the tropical rainforest in the world. And in regards to innovations and rainforest practices, we count with two standards, one being the standard of sustainable agriculture. We have been implementing this ever since 1987, the year where we created Rainforest Alliance. And this standard is focused on the social, environmental, and economical aspects. In the environmental side, we foster good practices that mitigate the advance of deforestation of the tropical rainforest, and the social part and aspects that are related to human rights or other, like access to a dignified salary for the employees. Now, from the economical part, of course, we have been incentivizing the market, the incentive market, implementing these good practices, among others, the compliance with the regulations of the European Union for the free chain of deforestation, which are the soon to be released next year, and the Rainforest Alliance certification has also contributed a lot so the producers can comply with these requirements that have been proposed by the European Union. On the other hand, we also have the regenerative agricultural certification, is one that's being piloted by many other countries, which is fostering is the efficient use of the resources and the reduction of these chemical products, which allows the earth to regenerate and the capability of water to be improved. Now, we have had very good recent examples. We have an example with Minas Gerais in Brazil, which so we can have an idea of the global size of the production of coffee. It's around 15 sacks in these pilot farms. We have reached up to 60 sacks per hectare in the implementation of these good practices. An additional thing in regards to the questions that are being made normally on the benefits that go beyond the market requirements and the certification for the small producers. Now, there's not one direct or indirect. The indirect one is related to the implementation of a good practices mitigating the impact of deforestation, and this clear examples in the Amazons that has around a coverage area of 50%, which is tropical, 25% of it being the absorption capabilities of the GHG in the world, and this habitat, this home of 34 million people, indigenous communities, which depend on these natural resources, and the impact of deforestation, which, as a matter of fact, agriculture is one of the great agents of deforestation, generates climate matters in the seasons, and the scarceness of water, droughts, which affects directly the water access to not only to the Amazons, but remember the water that's being produced by transpiration of this rainforest reaches the Andes, which also spread them in the, well, lands in Andes and in Peru it happens, so it goes beyond the borderlands of the Amazon. So this indirect impact to foster this good practices also generate a positive impact in the life and in the implementation of good practices, which are the producers, which makes this reduce costs and increase the production. So I hope to have answered your question correctly. All right. Thank you very much, Miguel. Very interesting. Your approach is very interesting, how these practices benefit producers. And I would like to ask, Marta Mulas, from the experience that ICIN has with the collaboration in the water sector with small farmers, how do you see from the agency of cooperation with the possibility to strengthen this collaboration among Latin America and the European Union to foster the attraction of private investment with this view of sustainability and regeneration? Thank you very much, Marta. Thank you, Alicia. And before I comment, I would like to also thank Colombia for inviting us to be here, especially in Santa Marta with my name. This is the first time I'm here. I am very glad to be here before you guys, and also the participation of this panel in particular, because there's a special interest for the Spaniard collaboration or the nurturing area as agriculture. These are key issues for Spaniards, and you will also understand the importance, as you were saying, the ecological decisions, the well-being, the rural development and inclusion as well. So as a matter of fact, these matters are being incorporated in a strategy which is our directing plan all the way to 2027, which clearly defines which are our lines that we're going to be working under with the cooperation, including the cooperation and family, local nurturing, sustainability, diversification of the products, and diversification in the climate change. So these are matters that are definitely being worked from the Spaniard collaboration at its whole, and especially in the International Cooperation for Development Agency in Spain, which we participate, and we also have our special emphasis through different instruments. Now here we're beginning with how. So here we have the technical cooperation, no doubt. We have something that's very relevant, particularly in Latin America, which is our heart of our job, and also other regions. Well, we no doubt Latin America being key, and here with the important support of the cooperation offices that we have around the region. So in this sense, we also work a lot with a strategic view of us considering the needs policies of those countries where we're acting through the association frameworks. So this reason, all the association are marked in an ample framework, and also in the agro-industry side and ecological side, from the different accents of working in different environments and functions of the environment. So here, the environment technical cooperation, we also have very interesting programs as the transfers of knowledge, the way it interconnects, and also the public-private partnerships are a clear example of success of the work in the ACs. But perhaps the approach in the financial collaboration, this is the reason why I'm the director here, because with no doubt, here we have a job that's being carried out and is very relevant under the midst of the rural development. So what we have seen, and what we have seen that is very positive in the impact, are three environments. Now, with the contribution of the investment funds, through these, we have achieved to reach the small agriculture. Even as a matter of fact, the contribution example to the rural mass is something that is clear success, and through these microfinancial loans, also participating in the rural agricultures, we also have some success cases that are quite concrete, and in Colombia, and also with a prerrogative that we have also developed, and we obviously with criteria from the state. But here we have different countries in Latin America. But perhaps to highlight, there's never so clear. We have done our work with SIDA, which we have a credit line, and here we have worked a lot under the nurturing environment. But definitely we have many instruments and we have work, but with no doubt right now we have a step forward, because recently, since a month ago, we have approved the new Spaniard Fund for the Sustainable Development, which substitutes the one that was called Fund Prudent, and this one is going to be more flexible, more efficient, and to have the impact in all environments where we're going to be working. Obviously, the one with the agriculture and the rural development. And for this, we are going to adopt, and it will allow us to adapt ourselves to, knowing that we have to go work slowly with this new task that we're going to bring this fund with the new financial instruments, as it is to strengthen the blending, to being able to give guarantees that we couldn't do before, and also being able to support countries that before we had more limitations with countries with those decisions. Well, we now count more with more instruments, particularly with the funding and participation, and we hope to continue supporting Latin America in this rural area and in the nurturing area. So now, thank you very much, Martha. I was now Santa, which have also been spoken about this fund that's going to be this has operation, and for the development and sustainable fund, I'm pretty sure that we're going to have the time to be speaking more about it in the following round, and now we have spoken a lot about family or agriculture to reach the value chain, to make it extensive to the small producer. And now we will, Alberto, we believe that since you have a huge experience working with small producers, now you're the vice president of the World Forum, you're able to tell us how is it possible for us to make these small producers not to have the dilemma amongst one, sustainable agriculture, and biodiversity matter, the adaptation to climate. So what can we do to have success in these matters? Thank you very much. I would like to greet this table, magnificent table, to contextualize the importance of this event. And está cortando mucho. And the same time with the LAC, and the same time of perhaps the climate conference that is the most important of the world after COP30, the heart of the Amazons. I believe that from the conferences of the river, this is going to be the most important one, but the symbolism, which is also, well, I believe, and is going to be a matter of hope and the implementation. Now, the second point to be a great joy of a forum that is so important as this, the entrepreneurial one in Latin America, the Caribbean, and the European Union, with the entrepreneurs, banks to be present with agriculture, with the family agriculture. Thank you very much. We would like to acknowledge this very much. And we know that in Latin America and the Caribbean, and it's also already been said by the coordinator, we have the other things around 80% of all the farms, with under 25% of the land or earth. And we have produced, according to the statistic data, more than 70% of the food that goes to the tables on a daily basis. But we have this enormous restrictions as well, constraints. Why? Well, part of this agriculture that has been included with the value chains, others in transition, in the great part that are hungry, part of almost 850 million people who are starving on a daily basis. We make part of the statistics in the field or in the land. And now this seals the great opportunity that we have when we discuss or talk about a great transition in the world, but the sustainability, so everyone can care for the planet that is under the consideration of its whole. It is not to be able to be associated to a life change and of the farmland in the world. It is not possible to continue under the situation. The second point is the challenge of the challenge that we have that are integrated with the agriculture, with the agricultural transition, and everything that is around this. Perhaps this is not the best problem. Perhaps the greatest problem is the mechanism of the climate crisis, given that what we have heard from the main leaders in paganism, well, this is also happening in the for this reason, the matter of discussing the public policies for this transition, to discuss the agricultural models, to talk how science are the popular knowledge, because we have the DNA with a lot of ancestral knowledge. that we do not deny science, we need it. We want a science that is combining science with the traditional knowledge of the indigenous communities, the Afro-descendant communities, and of many farmers that live through the production of food in this great region of the world. Now, for this reason, these are some matters that we would like to debate and that help us make these things be risen by the decision tables. Now, lastly but not least important is to say that we are hoping, perhaps with those accords or agreements, with a lot of things around familiar agriculture with the governments of 5 different countries of South America, with the CAF. I believe that this project will be an innovative project, so from here we can build others. Thank you very much, Alberto. And effectively, we are working with a lot of illusion, with a lot of interest on this project. We hope that it will be released soon so we can definitely move these financial resources towards more producers. Now, the funding problem, logically, well, this is going to be key when we speak about this sector. Well, Martha has already mentioned it, and one way or another, Ricardo did too. So we're going on the second round of questions. We're going to approach them with a little bit more detail, starting with you, Ricardo, that have made this mention. So what financial mechanisms do you believe that we can enable so we can effectively allow these agricultural investments to attract private capital? Where is the challenge? What is our view under this? Well, I am very happy because here I have a speech, and I have seen that in the previous panel, Alejandro Gutierrez have defined it as a master, and we're saying that a great number of people are working, so we can do a joint work, and they have some concrete needs. Or specific needs, and we're having a lot of problems to scale this. We have a group of producers that we're working with, but looking for this funding too, so these producers can become greater and can be scalable. This is going to be very complicated. In the previous panel, we have also said that we are seeking for safety to eliminate the risk, but my impression, and I'm going to apologize to you, the great amount of risk is being conveyed to the small coffee producers. So I'm going to give you this with a small interest that can cover this risk. I believe that we have to share the risk, as it was well said by Alejandro this morning. I believe that we have to work with those tools that have been made. We can say towards the measures of those needs, we need to scale these small central benefits of those agricultural properties, but they don't have the capabilities of funding these matters. If we ask them with those microcredits to take those risks, they're not going to take it. This is too difficult, and I believe that we have a great job ahead of us, great value to capture. We have been doing this, and we know it's this way. So the financial point of view, the most important thing is to see how the solutions are being adapted to those needs, and for this reason, I was mentioning this at the beginning, we are SMEs that work with small agriculture farmers, and our decision must be to its measure. In some sense, when we go toward our support, we see great numbers with great accords of many millions of dollars, and that are being very far from our objective. So we would need to work together in partnerships. If we work with these partnerships, our funding, and I would like to thank ACID because we're going to be working together with a public-private partnership. If you need some tools that are of this type and we work together, well, we have to fund the partnership. We do not have to fund some and not the others. Under a criteria of sustainability that always begins with the economical side. We believe that the private side of this has been funded with COFIDES, and this is something that is private, but the parts that are working with those corporations, with the agricultural, with the coffee growers that are females, they need some ad hoc tools to carry out these matters, and also of the size that we need. We're able to run with different huge projects. I hope to reach this point, but we have to go hand by hand with the small producers, starting as the way we begin with in our house with the basis. So I believe that we have to sit down, and it was being well said this morning by Alejandro, to see how we are going to be designing this or taking this risk that we're beginning and we're giving to the small coffee growers that cannot hold or be supported by them, and we were beginning with the micro SMEs, but now when we're going to approach them, we are very far away. And I believe that, and you know that we participate a lot, so you invite me, and I see that we are quite far from achieving these tools for the small coffee growers and all those companies as ours, which have a size. And this is what I would ask the different people. This gathers all the ideas, and I believe that I'm going to ask you a question. I'm going to propose a matter that has not been foreseen, but that perhaps you can speak on. The degree of informality in the sector, well, it makes the informal work many times and the informal production to be more difficult to have access with these instruments by the small producers. So, Alberto, your view on how we can approach this, on how we can see it from the financial institutions. This is a central issue. We, through the Rural World Forum and with other studies from the FAO, we have reached to some very concerning numbers from all the climate world funding in the world, and the territory for the family agricultures at the world level are around 0.5%. Now, from all the billionaire funds to now, perhaps it won't even be 0.5%. Now, where is this money going? Where is this money heading? We have a need of a fund for the transition for the value chains. The problem that the nurturing systems are not sustainable. We need a nurturing system that is more sustainable. And we must rethink of this whole new value chain, and we want to make part. We are part of this chain. And we need, for example, to have access to this funding. We need to also, and this is something I must say, Alicia, from the situation side, we are not very happy when we are placed where they give us this pack, and we want to participate alike, well, on the equal side, so they can listen to us as a family, agriculturists, as farmers, as indigenous people. Please listen to the voice, the proposals that we have. How beautiful it is when we put all these chains together and we sit in a table with the government, with the companies, with the farmers, to see how we can solve all these large problems that we have together. The problem, for example, that we need to organize this production. We must organize this. If we don't organize, we're going to have many complications and matters of compliance with these chain values. And this is some of the reflections that we have made and that we have done with a lot of endeavors in this moment, especially with the COP30. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your message. You spoke about this process, participative process of impact, and I'm going to ask Martha, from your perspective of cooperation agency, how are we going to assure this, that this mobilization that is being moved to be under this impact, and for us to have this participative process that are being claimed by the small or requested by the small producers? Well, thank you very much for the question. I was listening to you, Alberto, and I believe that what you are stating is incredible, because to achieve an impact, we have a lot of roles, from everything that we can assess for it to have an objective. And here we have this new fund to be able to achieve this final impact, which matters to us as a Spaniard cooperation, not only that we are, of course, a fund, but we must also seek to be sustainable for every funding or financial, but we are also seeking the impact as a purpose. And here, I would also like to highlight the importance of the mobilization of the private capital because, well, effectively, we have this purpose of public funding. We are aware that with only this public one, we're not going to be able to scale and move all the necessary things for everything that we would like to have in social development, but not only in other ecological sides like as the climate. Now, in this sense, the public funding has this very relevant role. Now, funds as the FEDES that we have just approved to carry out this designing side. And in this sense, something that we wanted to highlight is about a fund that we have contributed that for us is an emblem that clearly reflects this value to join the contribution from the public sector, which was by the CIB, and also the international IDB, as it was the Green Fund for the Climate, and the European Union with very important contribution from the Commission as well, given those emphasis of the collaboration of the European Union with Latin America, with Spain. In this framework of the fund, and why did I like to say this? Well, this fund, well, for your joy, I hope that we have the proposal of this supporting the small agriculture and the small SMEs. And this fund also has a great interest because with the public contributions, what we're going to be achieving is to mobilize and catalyze the private capital because we can see that we have assumed the first loss and this attracts. And this is just not a theory, this is a practice. So as a matter of fact, this fund has already had its first closure, which has been very positive, and it has brought the private sector closer. And as I might remember, we have 150 million in the first closure, and for the contribution to this fund, which 70 are from the private sector, and we are hoping to achieve a number of 300 million. The truth is that we can have this amount of necessary funds to carry out this ecological side through a fund that can take and try to achieve these actions from the small SMEs, small farmers, from the training side as well, because this is a structure that is quite complex. That I must say that I must thank these COFIDES companies that have this very important contribution in this matters, and also the technical contribution, so they can contribute with this knowledge, and so this can, well, for it to definitely. There's definitely a lot of things that we can do, and we must have the approach on our side and the impact from our agency, and we hope that we can be aligned with all these other new instruments that, as a matter of fact, you were saying with those guarantees as the blending potential, so we can mobilize this private capital, which is key, so we can also partake in these needs, and also for the ecological funding and the development of Latin America. Thank you very much all for sharing these experiences. And Miguel, I'm directing myself to you. Of course, we are also working with this small and large growers, so we can guarantee that all the standards are achieved. Sometimes we are proposing some funding challenges, of course, but they ask how we're going to do this. So we will also like for you to know, for you to tell us from your experience, what instruments or what experiences of success have you seen that can also be replicated, and how can we help all these standards that are being placed on the table that need or require that can be on the producer side. Thank you, Alicia. So the participation of the financial and private sector and the public sector is fundamental here for us to be able to scale these good practices that was being stated in the previous question. Now, in this sense, I would also like to state two examples from the region, and then I would like to speak a little bit on the great path that we have to walk on and still walk on. And there's some great examples on the development of those financial important mechanisms for the sustainable development in the region. Nevertheless, we still have all those challenges. Now, I would like to first state on the first example of the cacao production in Peru. At the end of the 90s, this cacao was a crop that was not so extended in the country. Nevertheless, the state invested as part of their control of illicit crops. They invested in the production of cacao in the whole Amazons, in the central and in the south of the country. But this does not exclusively help the participation of the state, but also, well, we also had the participation of the financial, of the private companies from the collection side. They look for an investment opportunity in this collection chain that was buying this cacao that was being produced in this moment in the country. Now, this has been growing. It has been developed tremendously under the production of high-quality cacao in the country. It produces cacao and chocolate of very good quality and of exportation kind. Much of the cacao is being grown is going to the European Union, to the large chocolate companies at the international level. We have been fostering, and we have been having a lot of participation and investment from the financial private sector in these matters. And of course, we have also promoted sustainable practices throughout all this. And nowadays, Peru is the second greater organic cacao producer in the world, and in the same way, around 25% of the production is covered by the Rainforest Alliance specifications. So beyond this high quality cacao, it is a cacao that is promoting the good practices within the country. A second example that I wanted to give you was the Minas, which I was just stating a minute ago. We have been incentivizing those regional regenerative growing practices, but we have the cooperations of the government, of the private companies that are collaborating with the implementation funding for these good regenerative practices. As I was saying a moment ago, we have excellent outcomes, and this can be scaled to the other regions of the country, but to all the Amazons and other countries that make part of the Amazons here. We also need some incentives and funding so these good practices and innovation in the agricultural production can be scaled in other places. Particularly, Rainforest Alliance has a project that has been funded by IKEA, and it also counts with the participation of the Montessori Corporation with 11 farms with 1,000 hectares. I hope that soon we will have the participation of Ricardo to grow coffee here in Colombia, and I'm sure about this. So finally, an additional matter, as I was saying, we need more incentives for the sustainable production. We need a greater funding for the research, for example, for those crops that are more resistant to the climate change effects as droughts or others. Now we have great challenges ahead of us in the financial or funding sector, products that can incentivize good practice with the financial products criteria and sustainable criteria. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and it's very good to know that all these events and spaces help us to grow here. And I'd like to mention something on these points. First is the line of credit with the BBVA with here in Colombia that aims to help the producers to improve their systems, so in that way they can get the European certification systems. That line of credit was approved just 2 months ago, so this is quite well related, and hopefully it's a service that can be replicated with some other financial institutions and also with Spain. We also have a technical cooperation that Spain has funded to start with realizing or making some studies with the countries in the region. So in that way we can adapt the maximum waste in the agricultural activities. So with that, I think that we can move forward in that direction, and of course improving that those standards could actually have a more productive agricultural activity. So Vice Minister, the financial instruments, and how do you think this could be transformative, and how the cooperation can be enhanced with the European Union? So in that way, this type of mechanisms and activities can be enabled. So we, from the funding department or division. So we have worked on the consolidation of instruments with technical assistance and also risk management. So this is part of the public policy that we're working on. So, as part of this cooperation with the with the European Union and on the Latin American and the Caribbean region, so we want to actually have a specific lines of credit that we are working today, and the subsidy to the interest rate for specific projects, and also that all these are oriented or aimed towards sustainability. And here we have also worked, and also we need to improve the alliances with the financial sector, provide incentives to the agricultural sector for those small producers and peasants, and even indigenous communities and black Afro-descendant communities that are involved in the agricultural market. So they start saying things like, how can I ensure that, for example, with this climate crisis, and that I can actually move or take these incentives to the agricultural sector. And we also have incentives such as INGRA. This is for the income for the agricultural risk. So that allows that the small producer can actually implement the risk management practices and also agricultural assurance practices. So especially for those extreme climate scenarios, this won't be a scenario in which they actually assume the whole risk. So we've been working in the comprehensive agricultural risk management plan, considering that in the context of the region, we have at a high risk of extreme events derived from the climate change. We have seen it in the last 2 years with the rainy season, and that is extended over a large area that has affected different agricultural producers. In that alliance and dialogue with the European Union, we believe that part of the funds for the climate management that is also part or that is contributed to the adaptation and mitigation to the climate change, part of it needs to be dedicated to the food systems. There should be a justice in the rurality of these producers, and also they need to look for the resilience and sustainability of these food systems. So the environmental perspective is based in a wider vision, not only on the ecosystemic, on the sustainable part of it, with the agricultural part of it. We've been able to discuss this with the Ministry of Agriculture. For example, in the case of Paramo or the moorlands. So we have also the stigmatization of the people or the peasants that produce potato crops, or also those that dedicate to the livestock production. But those peasants have been there for more than 200 years in the Paramo land. So with Finagro and other entities, we are moving forward with the sustainable production for the reconversion of it, and it's also the recognition of that peasants that can actually contribute to the care of these ecosystems. And we had this dialogue with the European Union, with the full cooperation, and also with the private sector, and we were able to see that that was something that was able to be consolidated, and also together with the farmers, they can help with this, for example, like with the climate change crisis, and also specifically for the Paramos where water is produced. So, and I also observed the variety of the food systems, and I also, of course, the diversity. I think that in countries such as Colombia, then the quantity or the amount of new food or that can be traded with the help of the private sector is key. So it's quite interesting to listen that from you. And we're about to close this discussion, and by giving 1 minute for each of you, the panelists, to please, Ricardo, go ahead. You are the first. Of course, we have a lot of challenges that we are facing, And it's also that we need to have a sustainable innovation that requires funds, and definitely that many lengths of the chain needs to be adjusted for that. And innovation definitely is a factor for the productivity and also for the creation of value, and we need to work in alliances. So I think that the role of the private sector is essential. We need to actually to improve and raise up again, because we have a lot of possibilities to generate this value. I'd just like to say that the economic development is not apart from the sustainable development. For that, we need public-private and partnerships, and also the participation of the civil society. With that, we can have an intelligent climate agriculture that benefits the local communities and also different communities that they benefit from the nature-based products. And let me tell you that we are about to have an MOU with the CAF for the agricultural prosperity framework, and we want to sign this in the framework of the COP30, and also we want to have more initiatives that encourage the sustainable agricultural activities in the region. We are very excited about the MIO that we are going to sign in the coming days. And just to reinforce that for the Spanish Commission, this topic is key, the climate transition. And from this new fund, we are going to keep promoting and keep moving forward on the scope of work that we are working today with the European Commission and this global gateway, and presenting different initiatives, and of course encouraging this collaboration between the European Union and also Latin America and the Caribbean, and also technical assistance with the European funds to include all this that definitely we think is key for us. And also, we'd like to work with the seat and also with the different activities, or in that way we can mobilize more finance. Honestly, I want to resume the work that the European Union and hopefully I expect that this comes and brings a lot of results. So, but in the COP30, this the global awareness that actually tell us that we need to do something, because if we talk about the climate, we need to have results, but mainly to combat those the big cancer that the world has. First, the hunger cancer, because you only know that pain when you go through that, and also the cancers that is the parents of this hunger, and is the basis or the fathers of this big inequality in the world. Okay, so I'd like to actually reuse the comments made by my colleagues, and it's the need to strengthen this cooperation between Latin America, the Caribbean, and the European Union. So with that, I think that the right to food, to sovereignty, and to food sovereignty, and of course these food systems, in order to have them in a sustainable way, we want them to become a reality, and also that these communities of peasants and small communities and the indigenous and Afro-descendants can actually reach to the benefits, and especially for those that are the ones that are producing this food. So I think that this is a matter of justice and inequality and recognition of this historical work that has been always there in a secondary scenario. So now we need to actually give the important relevance. But so for that, we need to start having a dialogue with the private sector, the states, and the societies in order to achieve that goal. I think that this is a great opportunity that this summit actually is at the same time of the climate change summit. So with that, we can start talking about the a just and fair transition, and especially for the food systems. And with that, we can have a lot of collaboration opportunities between the European Union and the region. So we hope that this debate can help us to increase or to have a better dialogue with the region. So thank you very much for being compliant with this time. Thank you so much. Thank you to all these panelists, as they have given us a lot of context and tips, and also a perspective of the future. So thank you for what we have discussed so far in the morning. Okay, the official photo, and then let's continue with panel number 3 before the lunch break. Remember that you have coffee and water available out of the room in order to have the third panel. So, Alicia, thank you very much. Next, connecting networks, connecting growth, inversion paths for the regional electric markets. We need to understand how the development and integration of these markets are part of the new strategy of the region that aims to empower or boost the electricity exchanges in the region. So, Marcelino Madrigal, Chief of the Energy Division of the IDB. Marcelino will be the moderator of this panel. We also have Beatriz Corredor Sierra, President of REDEA. Andrés Villegas Ramalí, Director of Planning and Evaluation for Interconexión Eléctrica ISA. Touraya Tricky, Director of the Department of the EIB. Enrique Riquelme, of the CEO of the Cox Energy Group, and Antonio Silveira, Vice President of the Private Sector for the CAF. So, Marcelino Madrigal, with this context, the floor is yours. So thank you, and thank you very much to all the attendees for attending to the third session of the integration of the electric markets in the region. So thank you to all these, the attendance of all these private sector, and of course those that are interested in the regional electric connections. And you know that in Latin America there are important challenges. We need to invest more than the triple of amount. And of course, we need to integrate these networks. So for that, the investments go for 150 million of investment that is required, and it's not only coming from public funds, but it's also the context. So this needs to be different and better, because the region is actually seeing the impacts of the climate change. The hydroelectric power actually changes a lot, and then it actually poses a risk for the energy security, and also then this heat waves increases the requirements for the energy. And also with the solar energy in countries such as Chile and Brazil, we have exceeding energy that are not used and are actually valued in 7,000 million. So we need to have an interconnected system that will help us to reduce cost and also to be more resilient. In the bank, we have estimated that an integrated system in Latin America could actually reach of 80% of renewable systems. We are like the cleanest energy region. We reach 70%, but we can reach up to 80. But if we actually we integrate this, we can start having savings, because Latin America is quite integrated, and we are very proud in the bank. And with the Spain that we were able to make this integration, so we have these wholesome prices, they have reduced, and the exchange of energy has multiplied by 8. So this is the panel about. So it's about talking about the challenges of the energy integration as an additional tool to take our systems to ensure the energy provision or supply to with good prices and reducing the environmental impacts. So here we have 2 rounds of questions, and let's start with Andres Villega. He's from Mesa. This is a Latin American company of energy. And let me ask you, Andres, what are the projects that you are having on your radar? And also, what are the criteria that you take into account for joining a project, considering all the challenges? Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the possibility for being in this forum. And of course, now that we're talking about integration. So in the continent, some things are happening, and they are quite interesting. So we still have a long path to go through, but we have been gradually working with integration with different regional initiatives. We have everything that from the CEPAC that actually started its implementation in 2014, the line that goes from Panama to Guatemala. Then we still have a challenge to complete these circuits and have a corridor of 600 megawatts that allows to actually optimize the energy resources in Central America. CEPAC development at that time actually promoted the development of an initiative that is quite similar. This is the CINEA. This is the Andean Electric Interconnection System. So this is an interconnection between Colombia and Chile, where we don't see the need of only having one line or transmission line, but the idea is to take advantage of the existing national interconnections and see that how it works in the different countries, and with that we can have the interconnection. And that is the third project, or gives floor to the next project, and this is the interconnection between Colombia and Panama. Because if you take a look on the map, and then you see the interconnection in Central America, you also see the connection in the Andean region, but there's like a missing line that connects Colombia and Panama. As we have always said, beyond an international connection. So what we want to have is actually to have a supranational market between the Central and South America. Of course, Central America in the north, the interconnection between Guatemala and Mexico maybe needs to be improved, but in here, of course, the ECA interconnection becomes fundamental. And of course, when it comes to the south and the north of the continent, so let's say the closure with the Guianas and Brazil, this is one of the objectives. But basically, we see that CEPAC. So we, as stakeholders, we are very interested in order to be able to materialize the closure of the second circuit and also the different improvements in the national level that allows that interconnection to be a leverage. So of course, taking into account all the improvements that have been made in terms of regulation that today allows a new lines, and of course a really good effort with the interconnection with Panama. What are the conditions that we see in order to participate in these projects? So first, in line with the introduction made by Marcelino, so we want to have that these projects that are aligned with this other purpose, with the purposes of the energy transition. So in that way, it actually allows the use of renewables and also increases the demand and the coverage for users. Number two, the reason number two for these projects or for joining these projects, definitely they need to be within the regional initiative. Let's say that the stage or this having these binational projects actually is over, so it has to actually go beyond the particular interests of countries, and also with that, we can have a sense of the things that we do in the company, so it needs to go beyond. So as part of these schemes or frameworks, we need to have a harmonized framework that need to be defined, and of course that framework enables everything, the participation of the stakeholders, the solution of our controversies. So we can have divisions with better projects, but if we don't have any regulation that enables the changes or the incentivizes the investment, we cannot do anything at all. So thank you very much. And now that you were talking, regional integration goes beyond infrastructure. We need to create the institutions and the regulations. So it's been a pleasure to work with you and CAF with the Colombia-Panama Interconnection Project. Hopefully we can expand this over the continent. Now we have the European por favor, ¿nos podrías explicar entonces cómo entonces el Banco Europeo de Inversión precisamente trabaja con Bolivia, Ecuador y Perú? ¿Cómo precisamente se hace este empuje de estas iniciativas en Latinoamérica? Bueno, I don't speak Spanish that well. Bueno, entonces me gustaría empezar, realmente no asumo que no todos precisamente pues están familiarizados con el Banco de Inversión Europea. Es un banco de desarrollo que está pues conformado por los 27 miembros de la Unión Europea y también la prioridad es estás bajo la entrega de la Unión Europea y trabaja de forma cercana con la Comisión Europea y también tenemos la iniciativa de Global Gateway y también es una de las prioridades que hemos identificado por los países en la región y por la Unión Europea y también precisamente como eso es de la parte de la agenda de la Global Gateway. También nosotros damos bastante financiamiento que está relacionado con un número de países en Colombia, Costa Rica, Panamá y también muchos otros países que están haciendo este tipo de inversiones y también tenemos un interés en este tipo de inversiones. Ya les cuento cuál es el tipo de inversiones. También es un tema en cuanto a energía, es un tema más o menos de unos 3.000 millones en los últimos años. Es el compromiso precisamente del interés de nuestras inversiones. Me gustaría enfocarme en 3 cosas que son importantes para nosotros en esa agenda. La primera de ellas es la financiación cuando hablamos de calidad, lo hablamos desde el punto de vista sostenible. Entonces, básicamente nosotros como banco, digamos, de climático, nosotros siempre promovemos el desarrollo sostenible que sea verde. También con diferentes asuntos, lidiamos de que todo lo que se haga precisamente para que pueda cumplirse con esta agenda y también básicamente pues eso es lo que nosotros hacemos en general. También combinamos el financiamiento con el sector público y privado. Vemos que tenemos diferentes retos, por ejemplo, para generar ese espacio fiscal. Para nosotros, entonces, la idea es tener el sector público-privado y para que podamos encontrar soluciones para que podamos atacar esto. También nosotros, lo que hicimos, por ejemplo, en Ecuador, que por ejemplo, cuando tuvieron estos apagones relacionados en su momento, podemos ayudar al país para pudieran diversificar y de pronto en algunos otros países no pues sea el mismo problema, podría ser otra cosa. Entonces, nosotros queremos ser parte de la solución. Y el último punto, y que no es menos importante, también estamos haciendo inversión en los países, en los sistemas de interconexión de los países, porque cuando pasan apagones, la idea es que a pesar de que tengan un sistema interconectado, la idea es que uno no podría, pues digamos que en ese caso tener los beneficios de la interconexión. Entonces tenemos la generación, la tracción y la distribución y también obviamente la interconexión y la compatibilidad también de esas infraestructuras. Es muy importante para nosotros para que tengamos éxito de tener esta interconexión. Muchísimas gracias. Vemos entonces diferentes beneficios de esa integración aquí en Latinoamérica. Entonces, bueno, ahora vamos a hablar precisamente con, we are going to talk with the investments and the different European investment companies that we have in the region. So, Beatriz, so what is the strategy that you have for the electric network or the electric grid in Latin America? So, thank you very much and welcome. And I know that this is a very complex and wonderful organization that you have had here. So here we have the CAF and of course the IDB and the European Investment Bank. So we are the only transmitting company because of the regulations so that given by the government. So here we are in Latin America. So remember that without the transmission, we don't have any transition. So of course these transmission lines are in this fundamental for reaching the different energy goals, for the decarbonization of the industry, the diversification of the economies, and of course the digital transformation. So maybe it's quite intuitive that in every transmission lines we also have optic fibers. We also that is actually available for each one of the users. With that we can develop the digital systems. So I'm pleased here to be here in Colombia, and I always say I'm quite happy because my last name actually is from this company, from this country. So this is Corredor, and I feel like at home. And it's because Spain has the biggest interconnected system in the world, and of course that we have learned that is quite required. So if a country wants to wants to have all the benefits of the interconnection, of course we have learned from that. So in here we have that's the system that we have in our country. We started in Peru, in Chile, and we've been started in 25 years ago. We actually started in Bolivia and actually finished, and now we are in Brazil. So we are clear that transmission lines actually need to cover different or comply with different objectives. First is evident, and as for the respect for the local communities and the territory as such. So we have learned from Latin America how to manage in the local community, so in that way their lives can be better in terms of infrastructure. And then the development of the community needs to receive something from the infrastructure that is being deployed. And as for the interconnections, that's something that is quite important. And before giving this infrastructure, it is required to have a good governance. And also, as part of the Global Gateway Initiative, Spain and through Red Inter, so we actually presented the interconnection project between two countries, Peru and Chile, that are part of the system of the CINEA system. And this is an interconnection that from the technical point of view is quite simple to do. So let's imagine that we who have experience in making these interconnections. Imagine the one that we are doing thanks to the European Investment Bank. So this is 400 of the underground sea cable. So we also have a connection between the Balear Islands and also between the Iberian Peninsula and the north of Africa and the different islands between them. So it has a quite technical complexity, and all these international interconnections were the pioneers between the line of the connection between Spain and Morocco. So we are a company that is quite well used to manage problems of different technical nature, and of course we need to support on companies or institutions like the ones that are here in order to solve any type of problems. So what is missing between the interconnection between Chile and Peru? And of course first the state support and also the status of and diagnosis of the interconnection. So with that we can have a good assessment. Thirdly, that we need to have like a good energy balance for both countries that makes sense for both of the countries. That Marcelino, I know that he is going to understand quite well, let's say, the frequency at which both systems are actually being operated and the financial support. I think that multilateral banks and the big multilateral organizations that are here represented can help to see or help with all these problems that might be existing in these two countries. So The greatest, for example, challenge for the connection of the Iberian Peninsula with the other countries is because the other countries, they need to build these interconnections, but we need to find a support with the multilateral organizations, and we need to actually to align with the interest of those countries. So we are at the service of Latin America. We have learned a lot from you. For example, in Spain, we are going to incorporate a network or a technology that is called synchronic compensators that we don't know how to use them, and actually we are bringing this from Latin America. So this transfer of knowledge, apart from the human experience of having a lot of Latin American people working on our companies, I think that that's enriching, and that's something that can help us to work together.
You mentioned something very important. Those regional projects require that institution, those rules. If there's not an existing institution to coordinate, those are not developed, and that is a challenge that multilateral banks have for the creation of those institutions. And what we play today as technical secretariat of CINEA, to be able to the participants to set and see what are the best institutional agreements. Let's look upon the view of another important investor in the region. What can you tell us in regards to regional integration in Latin America? Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to participate of this important discussion. Thank you, everybody. I'm going to start with the electrical, then I will go with the energetic. As you know, we are together in the interconnectivity Panama-Colombia, supporting all studies. We are aware how it's managed in the short term. This interconnectivity of the Andean system with CIEPAC, it's going to be a head for the region. It's going to be an additional step for a wider extension that would integration that would allow it to talk about the market. We are also exploring through technical cooperation the energetic integration capabilities, starting with Chile, Argentina. We were able to achieve mapping even with cost efficiency indicators and different opportunities. The political cycles of the countries generate mismatch action, but we believe this is going to progress because it's essential for integration in the South Cone. After this, we made a bigger mapping with all possible interconnectivity in Latin America, especially South America, for energetic transition, following the studies of IDB from 2017, 2018, that showed a capability of reduction even to 40% of CIF and generation from the integration. We are also aware, very aware, beyond this, and now having a word discussion that started to be implemented. We are strong in regards to gas as an energetic source, and we started with the possibilities Argentina, Chile, not just infrastructure speaking, but also financial instruments. And also with OLADE, we are looking the possibilities for integration in the South Cone. This is very important as well, not just energetic source for energy, but also to be able to have capability for technical generation, a cleaner situation that we have today. And there we believe, concluding the studies that we are doing today to get to the feasibility of all the alternatives, we will start having a higher discussion in the sense of looking for the infrastructure. What Andres mentioned previously, and going back to the proposal that Brazil did that did last year, I believe it's important to have a work for planning and unification, because the model that we have, the two pillars need to be together to avoid a mismatch. So if we are able to have a permanent forum, we have it, but needs to be stronger. Regulator, firm, planifying forum can also allow to push. And well, I know you're also very aware. Thank you. Thank you very much, Tony. You mentioned something very important. The South Cone, it's the region that has most potential for integration, and it's less integrated, so to speak. Common rules, 300 private traders buying, selling energy in Latin America, their initial rules, and the South Cone, where I think we need to work, all of us, in that conversation. We have heard funders and clean production companies, ISA as electrical network. Let's talk about a relative new company, a successful company, Enrique Riquelme, who is also looking at the investments in Latin America, in generation as well as transmission. What opportunities are you seeing, Enrique, in Latin America, not just in the core business, but also regional integration? Good morning. I'm Enrique Riquelme, Executive President of Cox Group. Basically, we are considered a utility for water and energy, integrated vertically. We operate in 4 continents, but 80% currently, as the new strategic plan that was announced a month ago to the market, it's based on the Americas. And within the Americas, especially Latin America and some of Spain, we see undoubtedly, after looking at many markets, that we need to bet for this market. This is a big forum where all the parts are, and taking advantage of the historical time for geopolitical move, transformations at a government and private levels. It's the perfect forum to talk about this, and not to be able to take advantage of this opportunity. My colleagues have talked about the integration instruments and well-being between the countries for the energetic market. I believe it's essential. With the geopolitical move, Latin America has a unique possibility of industrialization. Industrialization from the point of going back to locate investments that were done in Asia, Africa, Cone, in Mexico area that has an increased energetic demand because of the existing infrastructures. We don't have anything else. Let's go to Central America. The connectivity, as Andres have mentioned, with the south of Mexico to be able to generate energy. Of course, Dominican Republic to get to energy to Puerto Rico with gas plants and a submarine line. You have a lot of projects with infrastructure between countries. And from my point of view, it can be achieved with the multilateral on the table. The private sector is available, of course, the political willingness as well, that put all these instruments and the panelists that are here and the institutions that represent. I believe it's also important to talk about, as Antonio mentioned, about gas. It hasn't been the favorite one in the last few years, but we have seen that it's key if you want to industrialize. Because of the experience that we have with the different participants, not just for Latin America, but could be the best renewable energy market and with the best possible cost and also the quality of this energy. It's essential in many countries that have with hydrogen but we need gas. Central America has a problem because of lack of access to gas. Mexico has a tremendously less expensive. We need to have master connectivity in that market. Texas and Mexico, almost all gas that comes to Asia. And we need to think about electrical interconnections, but also investments between Argentina and Brazil, between Argentina and Chile. Cannot be that the combined cycle plants are stopped, and while in the U.S. it's coming from Argentina. In Bolivia, something similar that happens is Brazil, one of the biggest consumers, Central America, where the possibility is from the Pacific and operating along with Mexico in plans to industrialize. Central America is doing a favor to be able to generate employment for migrants, for those that it's one of the main problems to industrialize Latin America. To me, would be the quality of the energy. The industry needs to invest at a long term, and lack of that rigor, and it's needed with gas. Those electrification plants to have gas for Guatemala and Salvador, and industrial combined gas. I believe there are opportunities to invest. We cannot encompass everything, but I believe there are times to improve quality and not to lose this opportunity to reindustrialization of Latin America. There are many private clusters, but the ones that, on my humble opinion, that we need to put everyone to work and having a route map, not in a political short-term view or entrepreneurial short-term view, for the best profitability. Sometimes the common good needs to be above all of this. And the multilateral banks and institutions, we need to make the games, the rules for the game, and look for a continuity beyond the company that is in the shift or the government in the office. So I believe it's essential. What we need to be the takeaway of this forum. What a powerful message, how the growth is seen in Latin America. That brings a lot to me. I was in Santiago the day before yesterday, and there's also the mineral transition element in Latin America component. We need to see that attraction situation of investment and to establish the rules of the game. I believe it's very empowering. We have 15 minutes for the panel, so we're going to make a short question and going to the financial instruments, the regional projects, and who's paying the project. Is it country A, country B, how it's going to be funded? Is there a risk investment? What financial innovations are we looking at? What transmission innovation projects, but also generation projects? So, Andres, which structures, and I imagine, because we are talking about which financial mechanisms could Panama be? What infrastructures, new ones, can you think we should look at in Latin America and the Caribbean? I believe you get ahead of all the discussions we have been having. There's a reality to connect two countries or more than two countries. We need to regulate or to have a common regulation, and we need to go to an instrument to make those feasible. What's happening is we're living that happy world where we have safe investment, that were easy instruments and projects. I believe those are hybrid now, where we have the trend to think about solutions in terms of the energy that is exchanged, and also those congestion income and how to fund. The role of the multilateral banks helping to build those definitions and establish the standards take us to a more desirable scenario. In the case of Panama, what we are doing is to look at some creativity to have those solutions. We try not to find something that it's not been done. We have had good experiences to define those mechanisms that are based on variable outlines will give some stability, some basis for them to happen. I believe that is the path we're missing to end up or to finalize that project. And I would wrap up with what we were mentioning yesterday. The positive things that are happening are the government, especially the regulators, are understanding that complexity and are allowing for the stakeholders to propose what it is working. They are giving us the opportunity, and we are trying to mold the regulations so we do not have to face a mechanism that that cannot be funded. So we have that possibility. I believe that's the path, and that is the invitation to work along. We have been doing it, regulators, governments, funders, promoters, building that scenario. We need to mold it, definitely. You mentioned something very important, the regulator role. We need to be very proactive. Part of the cost will go to the fee, and the benefits need to see the benefit. So that role, we need to be more proactive. There's not a system that has been self-invested. That means something. We need to change something in the regulation. ¿Qué puede decirnos acerca de los instrumentos de innovación financiera con estos proyectos? Gracias. El Banco de Inversión Europea tiene instrumentos financieros que podemos implementar dependiendo de las necesidades de los proyectos y los países. Tenemos las capacidades para poder tener préstamos con respecto a la escala de este préstamo. Si es de visión entera, necesitamos millones y tenemos la capacidad para suministrar los recursos significativos en atractivos términos, los cuales son muy importantes para este tipo de proyectos y puede hacer una diferencia en la bancabilidad. Nos beneficiamos, por supuesto, de 3 fuentes de la Comisión Europea que nos permite implementar en los países y poder tener los recursos. También ofrecemos en el sector privado financiación, como el colega mencionó, el gran trabajo que están hecho en Latinoamérica y el potencial que tienen para la reindustrialización. Esto es algo que podemos hacer, podemos mirar el margen. Y igualmente importante, que mi colega también ha mencionado, es el problema de la complejidad de este proyecto. También tenemos que invertir en construir la capacidad, y eso es a menudo hecho a través de asistencia técnica, capacidad fuerte, estándares ambientales para poder preparar los proyectos con los enfoques correctos, porque esos proyectos pueden tener muchos problemas que pueden ser una tecnicalidad. Por supuesto, el Banco Interamericano de Desarrollo solo puede financiar algunos de ellos y sabemos que son unos socios muy buenos y con los cuales hemos trabajado de manera muy cercana. Pero por supuesto me gustaría resaltar algo que mis colegas han dicho anteriormente. Desde la CAF, la financiación es muy importante para el proyecto del aspecto financiero, pero también la consistencia y la visión para que los países puedan juntarse. No es algo que tomamos por hecho. Tenemos mucha inversión para poder tener una armonización. Es una capa de visión en la cual tratamos de trabajar junto con los instrumentos financieros. Muchas gracias, Turaya. Y Beatriz, ¿qué nos puede decir acerca de las instrucciones financieras de Latinoamérica y las ideas innovadoras? I'm going to answer in Spanish, even though the question is in English. I believe for those big projects for interconnectivity, it's essential the multilateral bank support that have capability, as Turaya said, in regards to invest in technical assistance capabilities and obviously investing in the companies. As an example, we are the first company that is using union credit and also green funds We have done 6 emissions of green funds, issues of green funds. We know that European is centered of more than 40% of the emissions for green funds based on sustainability. The international banks can support evidently this type of experiences for regulation and also from the financial point of view. Europe, for instance, all the projects of community interest that are those projects that refer to what the region consider critical for the common objectives, those projects have funding from the European Union as well as the financial instruments, the European Investment Bank in Latin America, their institutions with a big experience. CIF and myself have the same years, 1968. Those are banks that have a long tradition of strategic projects and I believe are essential. Otherwise, the companies that come to invest, we need certainty for the legality and the legal process and are the best that can collaborate for these obstacles to be overcome that you need to work with in all these countries. This is critical. Something also that is impacted to the European ones that come from Europe. It's something for the protection of type of exchange, for instance, investments. This is something that could demotivate the investments, but in any case, if you don't have the potential of multilateral banks, so some investments will not be able to go through that private companies and also the directorates could invest on. Thank you very much, Beatriz. You mentioned blended finance, something that we have done with several partners and the CPAC project in Central America. 20 years ago was an instrument. We were not talking about blended finance. We did it with Spain and the IDB to combine the research to have that feasibility, what we're also doing with the European Bank in Ecuador and in Peru. We have these instruments. In fact, we're going to launch FX, currency exchange risk instrument. In the case of Brazil, we're trying to expand it to the region. Antonio Silveira. Financial instruments and innovative ideas for interconnectivity. Marcelino, all right. I could talk about blending, finding, and so on, but I'm going to talk about a challenge. As you know, we made an interesting operation with El Salvador along with the BFC, and in the practice, it was a swap in nature, but focused on a basin of the main river of Salvador. The discussion, it's today stuck with an idea that could be a direct substitution, and I don't think that is going to happen. Very complex discussion, but perhaps we could take this inspiration of the El Salvador planning and basically with guarantees of CIF, Brazil achieved and to have earns from El Salvador, and this has the commitment of the government to be applied in the basin of the main river. Perhaps we could start thinking about this type of thing for the energy sector, especially for a challenge that we have, myself, you, the World Wide Bank. I believe it's going to be very important, has tremendous potential. We made a study of the possibility of the capability of the Amazon basin capability, and without going to an indigenous reservoir, it can be done actually to have a 50 line without entering any reservoir. That was done in 2018. So I believe Colombia, it's going to need special attention, as well as Argentina. It was asked to me someday in a podcast, which countries would you like to push in energetic transition in Latin America? And my answer was, I love the challenge of Argentina and then Bolivia, because Argentina achieved to go back to the field Bolivia's coming back again and have potentiality and resources that we can make. So having innovative ideas, blending finance, but let's go to something more innovative because they're going to need it. Thank you. You are completely right, Tony. We're going to work along, I believe, as we are doing it. I believe the needs and especially that potential that the country has, we're going to support it. Let's go with Enrique. Can you talk about the financial strategies of your company? Unlike the private sector, there are two types of profiles: the ones that are funded in a cooperative level and don't have debts. Because of the size of this type of companies are considered a resource or not resource debt, because theoretically they will not make a project finish. And the common denominator that we're looking at a project that, so the most sophisticated idea that we have had, in August we announced the purchase of Iberdrola to Mexico. It's a 200 million platform, and that is the most important purchase that Cox Group have done historically. In this short history from 2014, we have been operating as a company, and where the financial structure of this project will go in different segments. There's a bridge credit that will become to a long-term project with live assets. You have the sub-manager that has or administration that has another profile. So I believe the important is it has been very sophisticated financially, but I would say the big difference between certain Latin American markets and others, Mexico market that is very sophisticated, could be Brazil, could be Chile, even Colombia. At the end, the ones that have groups of infrastructure are the insurance companies, and that makes to be sophisticated markets with a really versatile and with really big funds. Something that was surprised to me were the main banks of the world at a capital cost really low that would make efficient. Latin America, people is betting Latin America when there are projects that could be funded when there's a merchant at a long term. The banking trade system is looking for long-term capital flow. And in this case, I know we're running out of time, there are markets like Brazil, Chile, Mexico, Colombia, that the financing with private global instruments is feasible. I believe it's key for other type of markets, but really strategic: Bolivia, Argentina, Central America, complete Central America, and the Caribbean countries where the multilateral are very important, where we talked about, what Beatriz talked about, that transformation, that change, that functional exchange. Those critical structures are using the dollar. I believe there should be a profile, a mirror to look at many countries to take down that this stability. We have talked about Brazil. I love that. And there are other big problems to be able to have a feasible project that not just multilateral could support, but also with the financial sector that has an appetite for Latin America. Because we're talking about integration processes, and to summarize what we have heard, it needs to have a symphony from planning to the institutions that are managing the integration projects, and the regulations for those projects to be bankable, and the financing of these projects and the ones that are on the table. It's a key tool to be able to operate in Latin America with low resources. It's going to need this instrument that we have been hearing, and we love to be the bridge between the world and Latin America and with our partners in the region, as Tony mentioned. So without having anything additionally, thank you, Beatriz, and thank you, everybody, for sharing this panel with you. Thank you. We're going to have the official picture. We have had important conversations, undoubtedly. Now the important is those conversations that we can have among us. That is why I want to invite to lunch. We're going to have a networking session here in the Hilton Santa Marta Hotel. Remember that through the network platform, you will be able to generate meetings to push these conversations among us that will open new doors and bring new opportunities. We will wait for you once again at 1 p.m. So you have 1 hour. Take advantage of it. Be on time after lunch. Thank you very much.